Welcome everyone. We on another live stream right now. We doing another live. We-On-Loc Nation in the building. Hey, Cynical One, how are you? And I have a question for you. Have you ever been this much obsessed with somebody in your life? Have you ever been this obtuse to somebody that you hated in your life? Does it? Because I know it wears me out. It wears me completely out that you have to be online rather in person, because this guy has never seen Umar in person. Never seen him in person, never spoke to him in real life. But yet you go on and you make countless videos, what you're doing right now. You're making countless videos off of some meaningless jogger. All because he had said something to you going on 12 years. And hasn't made a video about you, hasn't addressed you, made a comment about you yet, other than what people are telling. And you know what? And you're going on and on and on and on, and you're making countless videos. And you know what this says to me? You know what this honest says to me? And I want to give a shout out to D. Durrell once again for pointing out the obvious. He's broke. He is broke. The man is broke. The man, if you shut down YouTube today, he'll probably go on his phone or something, if he knows how to operate that shit on his phone. But if he goes on his phone, that's one thing. But take away Umar, right? What does he have? What does he have? He clearly has nothing. He clearly has nothing. He clearly has nothing to share. But he's on live right now. And this is his, what, fourth video in a week. His fourth video in a week about Umar. The other day, he didn't make a video. But this is your fourth week. Fourth day, my bad. Fourth day. Your fourth day making a video about someone you don't like. And I'm just saying, if that was me, first of all, you broke and you're getting your paper off of another man's name. That's disgusting. Second, you easily, if this was all stripped away, you wouldn't have any other content to go on. Let's just keep it funky. You wouldn't have any other content. So you're doing whatever it is you have to do. And like I said, he is live right now doing a third video on what? It's fresh because Umar came with it a couple of days ago, expressing his truths, because we don't know what happened unless we see paperwork. We just gonna have to go on his word. Talking about Umar, we have to go based on his word. And if he does, and if he says he has paperwork, then I'm just gonna have to go based on his word. But nearly, this is just to basically make fun of Umar or whatever else have you. Now, like I said, he's obsessed. He is broke. But you're making chump change off of his name based on what he can't do for himself. And I got people in the comment section saying that's like, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie that this is yelling obsessed too. It is yelling obsessed. And I get it, you need your paper. But here's what bothers me. Here's what is starting to bother me, because it doesn't bother me as much anymore, because this is basically a 50-year-old grown man who can deal with his own problems. But I often say, I said the other day, it's nobody's business except for you and him. It's like me and Craig, what me and Craig, what we talk about, what we go through, it's based on us. It ain't based on anybody else. It ain't based on Craig's family. It ain't based on Craig's wife, his kids, his auntie, uncle, mother, grandmother, father, grandfather, sister, brother, sibling, the crackhead around the corner. It has nothing to do with nothing. Nobody else but just me and him. But what did you do? Not only did you insult his father, which him and his father, I told y'all based on the video, he doesn't have a relationship. I told y'all that he does not have a relationship with his father. But I did say, or really I did not say, but he did say, if something were to go down, he would have emotions for his father. That's his dad. But for right now, you ain't got nothing coming. Off of the quote unquote alleged stuff that he did. I don't know what he did. Like I said, we just know what came from the horse's mouth, right? But like I said, he's live right now. He's live right now. And then gonna throw shots at Tiff. Gonna throw shots at Tiffany. Interesting. I would get her up. I would call her up. I would get her on the panel, and I would let her talk her shit. But you know what? She got better things to do. She has a gig that's hers, that she can call home. She has her own place. She has her own establishment. I ain't messing with the girl. I ain't messing with. She probably like put a voodoo curse on him or something. I don't know. But I think I know some. I hate playing this again. I really hate playing this for the third. I think it was the third time. I hate playing this a third time in a row. I really hate playing this, but I just want to establish a little bit of a motive. And then I'm going to go to the next clip, okay? I just want to establish something. And people should know this by now. But in his chat room, people want to get a laugh. They want to get a ha-ha, a rah-rah, or whatever. Ask yourself a question. If anyone amongst you is intelligent, after all these years of making countless videos on one person, don't you think it's enough? Don't you think that's quite enough? Don't you think this is yelling strange? Very strange. It's like following a woman that you don't know, or what Negroes talk about nowadays. Something about tracking your woman, your wife or your girlfriend has to have that locator on. That locator, and I need to know where you are at all times. As a girlfriend, that's creepy. Or excuse me, as a boyfriend, that's creepy. If you need my locator on, all you have to do is just text me. Text me, call me, You don't have to do all the extra shit. But if I'm married to you, that's different. These people on Lapeef talking about, this is the reason why women are all capped. They don't want to get married. They don't want to take accountability and blah, 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 blah. You talking about a whole locator. Why would I want to locate my girlfriend? Why the fuck would she want to locate me? That doesn't make no sense. That's my girlfriend. That's not my wife. Like I said, if it was my wife, that would be a whole different issue. Because I have to know where my wife is. The wife that I'm going to shed blood for. The person I'm going to shed blood for. The person I'm going to sacrifice for. If she's my girlfriend, that's just, unless I get her pregnant. Hey. I text her, I said, what's up? What's up? Where you at? What's up, boo? Where you at? And she tell me, I'll meet her at the spot and boom. I ain't gonna say, yo, where you at? And I was like, what? This is the reason why we can't get a woman. I was like, you can't get a woman because you are an obsessed Negro. No wonder you can't establish or hold a relationship. You on some suspect shit. That's what I figured this guy is, but let me not rant any further. I just need to play this one last time. It's just enjoyable to play. It's so enjoyable to play.
People that is
May Claudia rest in peace.
Freaking streams. He didn't go live today, but man, yes, Umar Johnson threw a block party. Yes, it was successful. Then y'all all got pissed and want to switch the narrative. Oh no, it's not about a block party. It's about the school opening. Okay, it's about school opening. But that was a gorgeous event on that block party. There was black people getting along. There was music. There was African drums. There was all kinds of stuff. I came home with a couple of items from some of the other vendors. They bought some items off of me. So, like, I don't understand how majority of African Americans in this man's chat room are co-signing him, still continuing to say the same shit over and over and over and over again. Is it about shits and giggles and laughs? But at the end of the day, it's about Lenon's pockets. He doesn't want that school to open because then he has no more revenue. He has nothing to talk about. I've heard Umar Johnson say if he does get the school open, he's going to get somebody else to run it. And then he's going to go open a school somewhere else.
Now, you know what? Vaughn, now that I think about it, you are right. You are absolutely right. So when he does open up the school and he gets everything established, he's going to go possibly find somebody and to take over that school. Have to be well trained. But once you got your ducks in a row, he's going to probably come to Detroit, or he probably find a school in Atlanta. I want him to find a school here in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? And there'll be another Pan-African school in Vegas. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, man, this dude needs to. It's sad because his music videos used to get a lot of traction. So if he would have focused on that, he wouldn't have to keep doing Umar Johnson in it, but he will not get away from it. He won't get away from it because it's what pays the bills.
See?
That little job he got on the freaking, he's supposed to be a supervisor. You're not a supervisor. He is a supervisor on those little docks in the damn warehouse. Yeah, that ain't paying the bills. You know what, people? Then he's going to go do one of the members sent me the video. He going to go say, he's been up with people like Claudia before. Did a whole damn video with a lot of fucking lies. Gonna tell people I went after his mother. I don't even know that man's mother's name. So how did I go after his mother? Please ask Lemonhead Honor to provide you the proof of that I went after his mother. No, but I'll tell you what I did do when I was called a liar by other people in all of these goddamn chats. You want to know what I did? Oh, let me open this chat. Because anybody want to ask me shit, I'm pissed right now. Because I've emailed him and told him to stop, and my husband is emailing. I've been minding my own damn business. I ain't made a video about this idiot. Shit, hold on. Let me go. All right. I'm trying to move by at least the end of November. Like, what the hell, dude? I'm minding my own business for months and months and months. Ain't made a video about your ass, but you still can't. Got to keep my name. You and your damn Cookie Crush chat got to keep my name in y'all mouth. What the fuck, man?
This is what they do. This is what they do still to this very day. And y'all accept it because it's a laugh for y'all. But turn the tables around. If it was you and he was so obsessed at what you do, and you were important to the community, right? And he absolutely hated what you're doing, what you have done, and he decides to make videos on you. You wouldn't like that. No, you wouldn't like that at all. You wouldn't like it if you had 1,000 videos on one person. I mean, make it make sense. Make that make sense. Let me continue.
Look, I have not went after this guy's mother. I don't care what the fuck he tells you. I don't even know that lady's name. Also, yes, I did. They call me a liar. So I posted the photo of his dad throwing up gang signs, who's an ex-Pyru member. Pyru blood. You know how he always be talking about his cousins are bloods? Yes. He throws them up in like 8 photos that I found on Facebook. 8. So you're not a Pyru blood. Why are you doing that? Like, what? You put yourself on blast. Then the sister, I sit there and put posters of her up because she is a member of a motorcycle club. And then anti-Afro Spengali stupid ass is going to go over there and talk about, oh, these are very popular clubs and they do things for community and there's nothing wrong with being a part of them. Man, she's a member of a biker gang. Come on. She likes to hang out there. She likes to hang out there. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But fuck, don't lie about it. And don't say I lied about it when the proof is right there. And so when I put these photos up on my Facebook page, then he gonna try to flag and get my damn Facebook canceled, which never worked. I don't understand why this man is obsessed with Umar Johnson, but he does the same shit as Umar Johnson. He begs online. This is what pays him. He begged to move from him in California to Jordan fucking Utah. And why do you care about a man that is in fucking Delaware and Philadelphia and you're in fucking Jordan, Utah with 5 kids? And what woman sits there who you're not really married to legally, your soul wife, sits there and lets you freaking bitch and about Umar Johnson for 3 fucking hours every Friday and goddamn Saturday? When are you with your kids?
Mind you, this is the same person that you cheer as your champion. You say it's okay for him to do that, but it's wrong for me to do it. Fuck it. If I wanted to do it every day, I'll do it every goddamn day. Because like I said, he's online right now as we speak. He's online right now talking shit. It's about the same thing. It's the same shit. Well, it's nothing. It's nothing new. It's nothing. It's a nothing burger. Nothing. The only thing that I didn't like was what he said about Tiff and what he said about Jamal. That's the only thing I don't like.
cost billions of dollars, literally. Not a nickel, okay? It's going to cost literally billions of dollars. Black Vegan Sports Bar, FTMG Cemetery, kid you not, teach the boys how to fly helicopters, airplanes, teach them how to float ships, the gun club, the dirt bike team.
This dude.
It's going to cost billions of dollars to make this all happen.
Dude.
Remember, part of this, it also includes that compound, that cult compound that's in the shape of Africa on 300 acres. It's going to have an FMG hospital. An arts center, a stadium. Think about this, Brandon. FG Stadium, FG track facility. You know, they got the track where they run around, but it has a whole facility. A NASA building, an FMG government building. We call it the Pan-African government. Massive dormitory complexes. We're talking billions of dollars, okay, to fund all of this. Now, the question becomes, we're going to try to make it make sense. What does Umar Johnson come up with billions of dollars? He stated that in 2025, he said he had raised $1 million. You see what I'm saying? Umar stated in 2025 that he hasn't even raised $1 million, which I know is not true because in 2016, he admitted he had raised $1 million. But let's go by what Umar's saying. We're playing head movie game right now. If Umar hasn't raised $1 million in 11 years, where's he going to come up, get the school up and running, faculty and staff, and all the other stuff he said he's going to do? That goes to show you how far this.
First of all, okay. Now I know D. Durrell said that this is irrelevant, or he's irrelevant because he is irrelevant. Because he's gonna make up numbers as he goes. He's gonna keep continuously making up numbers as he goes. He's gonna keep making up lie after lie after lie, or yet twist the story around as if it were the truth, which is actually a lie in itself, cap. And I'm just gonna say it like this here. This is up to Umar. This ain't up to me. This is up to Umar. Now, the whole thing with his dad, that was fucked up. I was truly fucked up. The thing that happened with his family, it was fucked up. But yeah, but this is what we do. People that, again, it's wrong when I do it, but it's cool when he does it. Doesn't seem right. Because you're just as a, if this is the case, if what Lenon is saying is the truth, you're just as much of a scammer as he is. You are just as much as a scammer as this motherfucker is. All he's doing is just internet. He's just parading on the internet because he has else. I haven't heard him speak about anything else. I haven't even heard him spoke about the weather. I haven't never heard him speak about what happened with Cory Booker a couple of yesterday. Cory Booker was crying his ass off. I thank you for sending me that. I'm like, what the hell are you crying about? Oh my life, I have to fight. We are losing this election. They interview him, right? they interview Cory Bookham, and Cory Bookham, everything's okay. I'm like, this is the person that I vouch for? Grow some balls, my man. Pause. I mean, grow some nuts or something, bruh. Bruh, what you doing crying on camera? This is what the Democrat, this is what they're supposed anyway. I gotta, you know what? I can't be hypocritical. I gotta look at it even further. I gotta analyze it a little bit more. I'm not being fair. I am not being fair. You see what I mean? I am not being fair. I got to hold myself accountable. I am not being fair. So therefore, I will look at Cory Bookham one last time. One last time. Because what I saw yesterday was not cool. But I'm going to look at it again. I'm going to give this guy a second chance. Because I'm thinking we're gonna lower the thing on groceries. We're gonna lower the gas prices. We're gonna lower everything. We're gonna upgrade the salaries and the rates in this country. We're gonna just upgrade everything, right? What you make an hour, we're gonna boost that triple times over, so we can get this country buying again. No, he up there. There was a time in my life where I had to fight. Cory. And I believe this is the same thing that this guy's doing. He's a little punk. What else is he talking about? Hardly nothing.
Let's get going. Oh, Miss Independent says he don't know how much money he has stolen or the cost. He doesn't. He doesn't know how much money he's collected. He doesn't. See? The money's coming in. Umar doesn't have an accountant. He doesn't have any kind of ledger. He can't tell people how much money he's received.
How do you know? How do you know these things? Are you with Umar every day? See, are you getting the cookie coon chat, the cookie cunt chat to follow this nigga everywhere that he goes? Are we for real serious?
They wouldn't be able to account for all the cash that he's collected, whether that is at venues where he's speaking, they give him money, donations, blah blah blah, or let's say when people would send him cash to his PO box. Remember, he had a PO box in Philadelphia, but that got shut down by the state of Pennsylvania, okay? Because he's a fraud.
I wonder how he got that information. Huh?
The one in Delaware. You see, well, what about all the cash that has come through there? Well, that's money that no one will ever be able to find out. You know how much exactly. They could probably estimate, but the point is that he doesn't know.
How much cash have you took, bro? Let's not talk about the cash that he has garnished or he has gotten. Let's talk about the cash that you stolen. Let's just talk about the cash you stolen, and let's be real about it. Let's be real about it. We-On say you weren't going to do a live today. What happened? I got bored. But I got a little bit of good news that I will share with you later on. I got some good news that I'm going to share with you later on. I'm a little bit bored. I don't feel like doing nothing today. It's my day off. I ain't got nothing else better to do. And quite frankly, it's a Wednesday. And I just paid my rent. So I just thought I'd just go on there. But then I caught this one. And I'm like, yeah, Why not? I ain't gonna be doing too many of these because Dederell just spoke. Dederell, he spoke for me. As a matter of fact, and none of us will lie. None of us will lie about what Lenon Honor has done. Everything that Umar has done, Lenon Honor tried to do and failed at it. That's what the hell he is. He's a fucking failure. But he's so successful at this, and I don't know why these puppet master, or these not masters. He's the only puppet master. I don't know why these puppeteers don't see the forest from the trees. There are very few that's been in my DM saying, I know what you're talking about, though. Even though I'm not with Umar, and that's fine. You're not down with Umar, that's cool, that's great. But for you to admit to me that this is very suspectish, this dude constantly keep doing it, and he keeps getting away with it. It's very, very suspectish of him. Fair use, fair use. Shouts out to Dederell.
He stopped doing it. To the point that standing the trauma of that interaction can affect you long term with the opposite sex. Or the most notable scam, in my opinion, was the fact that he scammed his subscribers out of donating to his son's medical procedure, which was free because this lame Negro is not on paper being in the house, and his wife is able to file to get government benefits, and they had Medicaid. So how if you had Medicaid, everything is free when you got Medicaid, but before you do a procedure like that, you have to do what's called you have to be pre-authorized. Once you are pre-authorized and then authorized to do the service, Medicaid Medicaid pays the insurance. They approve for the insurance for the hospital to do whatever procedure they were on your son.
I don't know too much about Medicaid. I know much about Medicare. I think I've had both. I've had both in my life. I think Medicaid is much better, but that's just beside the point.
Lenon Honor had a goal of $10,000. $10,000 is what he was supposed to have paid for that procedure. Lenon Honor, within a few days, raised over $9,500. He raised that money. Okay, he raised that money, and you know what happened? He later said, "Oh, we found out it was malignant. It wasn't a big deal. My son's okay now. Appreciate you all." And he kept the $9,500. That's scamming.
Not only that, he added that along with the other money that he had raised through, was it GoFundMe? Yeah, it was GoFundMe. The other money that he raised through GoFundMe, he kept that to move from one location to the other location with practically no fucking job to speak of. But you accuse Umar of doing what, per se? Coming out or buying abandoned buildings. So what the hell was he supposed to do? What was he supposed to do? The things that you tried out years ago, it was null and void. As a matter of fact, Again, you tried singing, you tried comedy, you tried being a Hebrew Israelite, which is just totally false because I don't remember any his Hebrew Israelites, and I've met a few of them in my life. They don't do no shit like this. None of them do. And your concept about racism, and you try being a fucking scholar, and I even got the one guy that came up here and said that you have issues, my man. You have issues. You're going after you're going after celebrities now. I mean, but this is not the first. You went after Corey Holcomb, 5150 Nation, and I already showed you a clip on that. But you're going after celebrities. I could have swore you said Jay-Z's name. I'm like, Jay-Z don't know you. Jay-Z flip you to open up your mouth and take a deuce in it and just call it a day. But you're calling out people just to get a buck. Right? That's crazy.
That is what Lenon did. Okay? Because his son didn't need to. My Joe Trace, shout out to Joe Trace in there. It wasn't the fact that he skipped the surgery. The child was found to be healthy enough where he didn't need a surgery. It was all a lie. This is a scammer. Okay? This is what scammers do. But it doesn't stop there. Let's talk about the big move. He scammed the people out of over $8,000 so that he could move from California to Utah. Okay? They bought everything in his house, from the furniture, the clothing, the beds, to the goddamn cups and glasses and utensils. They paid for the soaps. They paid for everything. The big move was a scam. He scammed people out of money that he should have been, as a father. You know, he should have been able to have taken care of this himself, but he depended on you, like this guy Mickey D and other, fucked up ass Lenon supporters.
I can tell you a fucked up ass Lenon supporter. KKC is literally a fucked up. Fucked up ain't even the word for it. But I don't want to scare Lisa. I don't want to scare Lisa off. Because you know what, Lisa, I have to admit something, right? The last video that I did, I kind of looked over it and I heard myself for the first time, right? Heard myself mostly halfway through. And what I said about Cynthia G does stand, but I never thought I would be rah-rah like that. I listened to it, I was like, I sound like that? That's scary coming from me. So I'm going to have to tone that down. I'm going to have to tone that down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I guess when you get a little irritated, you start becoming another you. You know what I mean? I did mean what I said, though. I mean what I said when I said it. Yeah. I mean the broad, you don't do that. You do not do that. If I have a little bit more respect for Anton Daniels, right? Who crashes out on everybody. But I have more respect for him because he said no to and he could pay her more than he ain't gonna pay her no damn 10 grand. He is not gonna pay her no 10 grand. He'll pay her something, but he said no because it's what I said all along. It's none of their business. And some of that stuff is like super sensitive. You know what I mean? You should check out a few. Glad you could see it. Oh, you talking about my videos? It's like, yeah, I know. I tone it down a little something, man, because I can get very, 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 very furious. Sometimes you just get tired of shit. You know what I mean? You get tired of shit, and this is the internet, and niggas fighting or fussing and fighting over the internet. Hell, they worse than me. They way worse than me. You got people on Lapeef on King Talk saying that they're gonna do this and they're gonna do that, calling each other female dogs and shit like that. Y'all like women. I'm like, what? It's like, nigga, if we was in the same space, you wouldn't be talking this much shit. And he's like, okay. It's like, y'all sound like a bunch of women. It's like, damn, we crashing out all over the goddamn place, ain't we? Shit. I guess there's a big difference between black and white, huh? Black people crash out on other black people. White people crash out on politics and shit. Man, yeah, you know what? If I ever hit the lotto, or I gotta look at this property or whatever. I gotta look at this property that I don't allegedly own quite just yet, but I am sort of an inheritance. I gotta look at it and see if it's either worth keeping or it's worth selling. Mm-hmm. But if I do decide to sell this bitch, I'm taking a long vacation away from YouTube, because this shit is crazy. And people are just crashing out all over the damn place. That's what happens when you that's what happens when you're in the last days, and when it comes to if anybody reads their Bible, in the book of Revelations, mountains tremble when they hear the voice of God. And I guarantee you, if you hear the voice of God, that'll be your ass.
Who are delusional. Okay.
Like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
So this is what Lenon did. Okay. And these are documented facts that Lenon did this. The other thing Lenon scammed, Lenon tried to scam his subscribers, because the subscribers are the dumb ones. They're the one who continues to give. And so the thing about it, the things that you claim Umar Johnson scammed, Lenon Honor has did this tenfold. Lenon Honor tried to scam his subscribers and giving his children Christmas gifts, knowing damn well they don't celebrate Christmas. He don't even celebrate holidays like that.
The Hebrew Israelites don't celebrate no Christmas.
And he scammed people saying that, if you want to give us gifts, if you want to give us gifts and trinkets and everything, you wish to, so that my kids can have a wonderful holiday, please do so. Had the kids up at 11 o'clock at night. These kids were tired and sleepy. They wasn't even talking. They could barely stay up through the video. You could tell he got his kids up out the fucking bed so that he can go begging to the YouTube space for money. This is what Jamal did.
Oh, and if you're going to, and if you're going to donate to the Cash App, there's something mysteriously funny about the super chat. So if you do donate, please donate to my Cash App that is flowing below the screen right there. Lisa put it up already. Just go ahead and donate to Dizzy88. Much appreciated. That is if you do donate. So And I want to check Rumble out, and I do want to check out. I already have a Twitch account, which once I get that going, I'll share it with everybody. Because this shit, they want 30%. They want 30%, which that makes no sense. Yeah, I guess another company has bought StreamYard, so we end up paying double the amount that we're paying right now, which is ridiculous.
Okay, Jamal did this, and you know what happened? I don't know how successful he was at that scam, but this is what he did, and these are facts. This is what Jamal did. I'm sorry. This is what Lenon Honor did. Now let's go to some other noticeable. Shout out to Pillsbury.
Pillsbury.
There were issues about paying for. That he had GoFundMe's that were scams. He had multiple GoFundMe accounts. They even talked about trying to do a scam of raising money for Anissa. That's going to be a scam. A GoFundMe, and he talked about Umar with PayPal, Umar with GoFundMe accounts, and Lenon was doing that. Lenon, I think his a family member of Aida passed away, her mom, I think, or something. They did a scam. They did several scams of raising money for funerals. Okay? A scam. This is well documented. He scammed a young female who contacted me in disbelief over the bad services or the unprofessional services that she received from Lenon Honor, quote, being a life coach, a relationship coach, a man.
Motherfucker's not a relationship coach. He don't even know what the fuck he's talking about most of the time. This is the same crackhead that said that racism is a social concept. You know, goddamn social concept. It's what's ruling the world. He who pays the tune calls the fiddle, calls the tune. In other words, he who conquers the world with money, trades with goods, can purchase properties throughout the land, even though it's yours. Even though it's yours. Even though it's yours. Your ancestors have fought, bled, and died for this country. And all of a sudden, it's a social construct? We're supposed to talk our way out of this shit? This is what I get every day from knuckleheads. We can't talk to our women this way. I wonder why you can't talk to a woman. I wonder the fuck why you can't talk to a. There I go again. I need to tone it down. This is one of the reasons why these Negroes online, quote unquote, can't talk to a woman. It ain't all of them. Because what they're trying to do, and this is not all of them, what they're trying to do is not control the narrative. Not only control the narrative, but you're trying to control another human being's thoughts, another human being's emotions. In other words, you're just trying to control one human being. Say, these women don't want to get married. I wonder why. But I'm getting off subject.
Marriage expert and never been married a day in his fucking life with all them goddamn kids, and he barely worked. He went 10 years without even working. These are facts. This is scammer. Okay? Lenon Honor has participated in some of the most egregious behavior, taking a young child that was outside, unattended to, putting this child on camera for hours before calling the police instead of bringing that child back to their home, because the child probably snuck out. And yes, the parents should be held accountable for the fact that, you know, they I don't know if it was neglect or the child just snuck out being mischievous, but these guys kept that child for hours, put her on camera without parental consent, was trying to raise money.
Umar has a teleconference, apparent teleconference calls that he does every Tuesday. Is it every Tuesday or every Wednesday? It's every Tuesday. Wakes up around 6 o'clock Eastern time. And then he does his thing. And guess what? It's for free. This knucklehead is trying to emulate sort of the same thing. But it's like what D. Durrell was saying. You're putting her on camera. He'll never put the people that he works with on camera. You may hear them talk over the phone, but he never puts his people on camera. The people that he constructs or he educates or whatever, I mean, don't quote me. This is what he does on a serious tip, on a serious note. But he's a failure at that. Right? Put your own kids on camera. He put his own kids on camera. And I tell you all this before. I never put my kids on camera like I got my camera on right now for people to see me. I could cut it on and cut it off. But have not one time have I put my kid on the camera. You may have heard her, but you have never seen my child. JP done the exact same shit. And then there are others who's done this. I mean, you do what you do, but don't complain when people talk about your, even though it ain't right, because I don't advocate for that. I don't advocate for talking down or talking shit about anybody's kids. Good, bad, or otherwise. If I like you, if I don't like you, I'm not going to talk on your children. There was some shit today. I ought to play that clip too. There was some shit today that Izzy Bands and Bomb Cherry were arguing over whose kids what they were talking about, and it was threats and all types of shit going on over Izzy Bands. Like I don't go over there for purposes because it's just too much going on. But let me continue.
Put this young child. To me, that was traumatic in itself for that child because she's sitting around with people she don't fucking know that got a camera in her goddamn face, and you're calling the police and calling people. This is what your quote unquote world's greatest, brokest, laziest, non-working ass YouTube father was doing, Lenon Honor. And these are facts. Okay. But not only that, not only that, Lenon Honor, scammed the AFWs. And I hate because he's no longer an AFW anymore, guys. Lenon Honor scammed Andrea Michelle Stewart, and he scammed Reverend Gerald Palmer. He scammed them to the point that they were paying him $300 to $400 to $500 a month to do Umar Johnson videos. And then he took their money and stopped doing the videos. This is the bullshit.
For real? I did not know that. I thought he was an AFW for life. Because every once in a while, and Andrea Stewart or whatever, they usually go over by Lenon Honors and holler at them a little bit. I'm like, damn, I didn't know that was going on. So you have him scamming the people, right? You have him scamming the people. You have him scamming AFW. You have you going on and talking shit about Corey Holcomb and Zoe Williams and all these other people but you don't never go after the big guns. You don't never go after Tariq Nasheed. I mean, you may mention his name, but you don't never mention his name in a negative way, because you know you'll have that case on you. You know you'll have that fucking case on you. What up, Seth?
What's up?
What's going on, bro?
Chilling, man. How you doing, We-On-Loc?
Man, this nuts online again. This is like the 4th day in what? A month, but this is countless. This is what? This has been what? 19 or 16 years.
Yes. Yes, sir. His obsession with Dr. Umar Johnson is annoying and is weird. It's on some weird stuff, you know, to say the least. I told him about this years ago when he first started doing it, because you have to understand, I used to be a subscriber of his for I'd say about roughly 6 years. He was in my top 20. You know, I'd say the brother was struggling, but he had 5 kids and a wife. At least I thought he was legally married at the time. And he did the same thing with Professor, Griff from Public Enemy back in the day, but Griff is a different, different person. Yes, sir.
Public Enemy, Professor Griff.
Yes, sir. Yes. That's on record.
Wow.
Most of the videos got scrubbed. But you can find, if you say Lenon Honor versus Professor Griff, I think you probably find 1 or 2, but most of them been scrubbed. He had to do a call in with Professor Griff to get Professor Griff, because it was about to be really, let's say, interesting to say the least. Professor Griff told him about himself, because Professor Griff had a cover back in the day with him and the guy. They had his shirts off, but they were fully clothed, and he tried to insinuate he was gay too, along with a lot of gay rappers. And Professor Griff, hey, caught on to that real quick. And he said, well, dude, what you talking about? The dude started making a few other videos, and let's say Professor Griff didn't like it and went after him pretty hard. And he got scared, and he Lenon Honor crapped his pants, and he was scared. It was something else, to say the least. I just put it that way. He apologized publicly.
So lucky. He is so lucky.
Yes.
Professor Griff will come see you.
Oh, yes. He knew that very quickly.
Yes.
He found that out very quickly. Yes. And everything Professor Griff, everything we know about Lenon Honor now, Griff said back in like 2010, 2011, when I was a youngster. When I was, me being a communications major, I was on the internet early, like 2006, 2007. So, I would get, be around some videos and everything. And I was like interested that a former music artist, was talking about everything in the music business. And, me and Professor Griff chatted several times, on and off camera, and like I said, yes, I know about that situation very well. Lenon Honor does too, so much so that Lenon put him on his call-in show in front of his subscribers and publicly apologized, saying, I am terribly sorry. I was misinformed. It was very ignorant of me, and I'm terribly sorry. I mean, it was to that extent, So he did this before, yeah.
And he went after the
yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because that lasted only like 3 months, what I'm saying? Because, Griff, let's say this quiet way, he was on his butt. I mean, and pause, but Griff was on him, you know what I'm saying? So, but and Griff got at him pretty hard. And
and the only reason why he's doing this to Umar is because Umar's not gonna flex on him like that.
Exactly. Umar's Umar's, he got a lot more going. I'm not saying Professor Griff. Professor Griff kind of, a little older now, what I'm saying, around 65. But Dr. Umar, younger, and he's got a plethora of dates and schedules and events to go to. And he got time. He already addressed Lenon Honor a couple of times before. He already knows his story. And he said, I'm not going to come, be doing this seesaw battle with you. I already know what you're about, who you are, your obsession, and he called him out on it, and he said, and then Lenon took down all of his videos of Dr. Umar, and for about a year. So I thought he had matured, but this dude, over 50 years old, and still being very childish, you know.
So
And
so
lying.
what's this thing about him? What's this thing about him saying that I ain't gonna, I was gonna stop, but he gonna threaten me. He gonna dox my family. Has Umar ever doxed anyone in his life? Umar ever
No,
doxed?
that's the point. Yeah, he never did. Umar
Never
knows he's
doxed
better than
anyone.
this. Yes, he ain't got time to dox. He don't care. He say they making money off him. They clout chasing off him. He don't talk about them. So you know,
Exactly.
he don't care. Yeah, he said I don't care. They can talk all they want. He says every great leader, every good to great leader, especially black leader, every good to great black leader, average good or great black leader had went through this. He said it comes with the territory. But he said they just flat out lying. And matter of fact, he made Dr. Umar more popular because when people found out who Dr. Umar really was and checked out his credentials with all his degrees and that buildings were really his and that conscious stripper lied, who was 49 at the time when Dr. Umar was 39 and was only with him a couple of days. She lied. You know what I'm saying? That was a whole other, you know, when they found out it was a lot of lies against Dr. Umar, you know, he became even more popular, got even more dates and went on even more
We had
shows.
a stripper who was 49.
She was 49.
49.
49, yes. The conscious stripper back in 2015, 49.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. Oh,
Yes.
and people were tripping about the conscious stripper who was
Right.
old enough to be who was old enough at the time to be my damn mother.
Exactly. Hey, I lived in
strange.
Vegas too. Hey, I lived in Vegas too. So you know, we both know about the stripper. You know, Eula stripper. By the time they had to be in the late 20s, they out the game. You understand? She 49. Was she really a stripper, or she was just somebody else?
So do you believe, so with that being said, do you think him and Sukihana ever had made whoopee?
Now, I don't think so. Personally, I don't. I can't be concrete sure, but personally, though, I think he gives some more advice and guidance than anything. You know, because she put him in his music video, and you know, Dr. Umar, you know, he responded. He said, "Man, I ain't got nothing against you. I'm not with your way or your style of rap in any way, but hey, I'm willing to help people because you know, I'm not against. I don't hate people that are gay or in interracial relationships. I don't agree with the lifestyle, but you're still my brother and sister at the end of the day. And if you need guidance and you need counsel, hey, I'm here. That's what I'm here for. So, you know, I think that's on that level. Because Sukihana came to his point. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bro, I have to ask. I know you seen the two clips of him pretty much crashing out on his daughter. Bad mistake, or it's more like it's about time that I told my story. Bad mistake, or it's about time.
I'm leaning towards it's about time, and this is the reason why I'm saying it like that. Because you got to stay in, you know, Dr. Umar, he's in the public eye. You know, he's, you know, entertainers, athletes, entertainers, and then there's people in the public eye like Dr. Umar. And even they know who Dr. Umar is. Make no mistake about it. And when you get in every second or third sentence trying to address your daughter, every time you online, you know, you got to, you know, thousands, hundreds of people coming at you with the same question. He had to address it. It was no ifs, buts, buts about it. And then I think even his supporters were like, you know, what's up with this? You know, we believe you, but you know, can you clarify something? And I think he had to address it more than anything. You know, he didn't want to address it because Dr. Umar, she's 22. Dr. Umar never mentioned his kid. He always mentioned their age. He had two daughters and mentioned their ages. Because like I said, about a month ago, I'm thinking that because last year he was like, he said his daughter was 21 and he has a 13-year-old. And he said, I thought she was in college. A nerd, you know what I'm saying? If you had it, you know, if I was against a person or a bad person, I would thought his daughter was in college, a nerd, and doing well in that sector. You know, I wouldn't know she was like this, but his daughter really been wilding. And not only that, his daughter has been on, you know, line lately, crying, bawling her eyes out. I can't take this. I'm getting all types of threats. This is too much. I can't take this. But you open the can of worms. She said she's getting threats. I don't know who's threatening her. That's what she's claiming.
And this is on what is it called again?
Instagram. Yeah.
Instagram? Or
it's on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah. If you look at her latest videos, she's crashing out big time. You know,
you're serious about this, right?
No, I'm super serious. You could look up, if you go online, you can say Dr. Umar's daughter, crying, or she, her latest videos. And I've seen the latest videos because I think a woman named Sweet Tea, she got Sweet Tea, and she even showed the videos of her daughter bawling her eyes out, crying uncontrollably, saying she can't take this. You know what I'm saying? It's too much, and this, that, and the third. But she opened that can of worms herself by coming out.
Why is she online?
Exactly.
Why?
I don't know. That's the $64,000 question, as the saying goes. I don't, why?
But you got these fools coming up on Lenon's channel making a big mockery of the shit. But I don't get no fucking attention.
Dude.
I would have told all leave that girl alone.
Exactly.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking to you. This is what I'm talking about, Vaughn. This is what I'm talking about, Bridge, Lisa, Seth. This is what I was talking about. Now, I've seen people. Now, I'm not saying this may happen. God forbid this may happen. But people who have done this, who have turned gay, or talking about homicide. This is some very serious shit. This is some serious shit. I was told to get your and I blame the mom and the stepdad for only this reason. You have leverage. She lives in your house. You tell her to get your ass off of the line, and you go and talk to your father.
Agreed.
That's what I would have said. But apparently everybody wants to get their pound of flesh because they don't like what he says. They don't like Umar, period. This is not about Umar. This is about somebody else's kid.
Yes.
But no, everybody, is like, we got to hear this story. Saint the sinner, fuck you. All right? Saint the sinner, go to fucking hell. All right? You didn't raise nothing. You didn't raise not a goddamn child. Where the fuck are your children, nigga? And everybody else included, fuck you. You think this is a game? Nigga, fuck are you two? This is not a fucking game. Something may happen to her. But no, y'all don't care. Y'all don't fucking care. That would never happen to my child. That would never, ever happen to my child. That could a real situation. She would have got her computer took. She would have got her laptop took, her phone taken, everything. Because this is the result that happens when it's like a 50 is now, it's like a 60-40 situation. And you keep doing it and you keep going through it and you're thinking you're doing something until you run into a person like Tommy Sotomayor, you run into a person like a Cynthia G or a Kendra D or whatever the hell, and all of a sudden you think you're doing good, when apparently you're not. Because you, quite frankly, made a fool of yourself. Look what happened. Look at the result. And now you're crashing out.
You say it.
I have more respect. I have more respect for her in not interviewing this girl. I wouldn't do that. For a person that I admire and respect, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. That's not my child. This is not my child, dude. If she would have ever come on, I was like, no, miss, I grant you respectfully, you're going to have to find somebody else. You can't come over here. Now, if you want to talk to your dad, one thing I can do, kind of, sort of, I can text him, I can email him, but that's about it. You can't come over here. And now and you know what? I would literally delete the live because it's none of my business. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. So what can she do? She says she's a homosexual now. It's like that's nothing to sneeze at. This is 2025. Everybody claimed themselves to be homosexual, whatever. I was like, what can you do? Your father invited. Didn't he say? Was this like the second invitation? The second invite. You heard it. The second invite. Umar invited you to do something for your birthday. Her birthday will be in about a week and a half. She will be 23. My clear advice, go see your father.
Agreed.
Go see your father. Just go see your father. And all that shit, leave that shit on the internet. Do not bring that jazzy, that cheesy shit. What you did online, leave it. Just leave it. Both parts. I said that already, Vaughn. I said that already. I said that. He's admitted to it. I said that already. So we don't have to wash, rinse, and repeat. He's even said it himself that he put himself accountable. He held himself accountable. Am I right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And even before it was before this whole thing came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He did this way before. I think he was talking about his baby mamas way back then. Y'all just now hearing it. Y'all just now hearing it from her. But I don't know what else she can do other than just go see her dad. But it's really sad, dude. This is not your child. This is not your child. This is somebody else's kid. This is Umar's kid. I would never do that to somebody else's child. I don't care if she's 22 or not. Somebody of a famous speaker, they did that to Michelle Obama's kid, or Barack Obama's kids. I would never report anything about Barack Obama's children. I don't care if they're 18 or not. This is how sick this world is. Q, go ahead, man. Crazy ass bullshit.
Par for the course, man. That's the best way I can put it. You know, these are what
I would never say anything about your goddamn children. I would never say anything about your children. I would never say anything about anybody else's children, good, bad, or ugly. You have a problem with me? Come talk to me. I can take it. I said everybody said everything about me that's been heard already. Say something about my child. I come for blood.
You know, I stopped watching Lenon Honor's lives a long time ago, especially when you can identify when someone is just vulturing off of something that he's making his money off of. And I've long said that I wonder if Lenon Honor be willing to reveal how much he has earned off of Umar Johnson's name since this whole saga began? That's the question of the day. But I get your frustration, man, and I really hate that anybody, let alone anybody that would go through this behind their children in a political spotlight. I don't think that young lady realizes the damage she has caused, not only for herself, but for Umar Johnson. But she's gone too far right now to reconcile, because she doesn't want to be seen as a hypocrite. She's going to drag her father's name through the dirt and then make up with him. Which it happens, in some families where children will fall out the family and they'll resolve it between the two. But in a situation like this, man, I'm just praying that they're able to resolve this. But there are those that don't want this to happen. They want to keep them at odds because it's more profitable that way. But that's it. That's I land my plane. Yeah, I'm frustrated just as you are. We-On-Loc.
It's sad. It's more sad than anything.
It is. It very much is, and I'm sure I'm sure they, they're making memes and all this other shit, and now they're more curious. If the other daughter was involved, oh Jesus! Thank God she's at a safe age right now, where she's not on the internet. But like I don't know, him telling this story, I was like, oh damn it, oh, is this the right? I don't think this is the right time, but I'm not gonna tell a grown man what to do. Do what you do. And this was long, this was lengthy, and I knew, and everybody was surprised that the father, was a bit of well, I ain't gonna speak on that.
But
That's them too.
There are those who say that Umar should not respond, right? He should just let things go, let it, and eventually it'll die down. I don't believe that will happen. We-On-Loc, do you know what happens to an uncontested lie?
What's that?
It becomes the truth.
I agree, Q.
It becomes a lie.
And that's what he's dealing with. If someone says We-On-Loc robbed the bank, hypothetically, all right, and you choose not to challenge it, guess who becomes the bank robber?
Oh, he ain't saying nothing. He must be guilty. You got
right.
Right.
He's going, and Lenon Honor still having a fucking field day.
But you know something? I hate to say this, but this has been going on for so long. If I put myself in Umar Johnson's shoes, I swear I'm willing to catch a flight to somewhere and punch him in his fucking mouth, and then at that point he'll become the victim. See, that's the problem. I think niggas like Lenon Honor has not been chin checked by a nigga who ain't got shit to lose. That's what it is. See, this is low hanging fruit.
It'll be a waste. It'll be such a waste.
Well, no. Some bonds are worth paying.
Some bonds are worth paying.
Yes.
Who? And then they're gonna say, you got it. You put yourself in jail for that bum. That's like
some bonds are worth paying.
Gave Lenon Honor 18 months of work. Yeah. What, him saying the same old shit? Yeah, I guarantee he will get some money off saying the same old.
But that's weird in a sickness. 11-hour, 11-hour videos. You've been doing this for 7 years, 8 years on somebody you don't know and who have not done anything to you when you got your own set of problems. You're not legally married. You got your kids at midnight helping you beg for donations. You got people donating drawers, underwear, clothes, and helping you move from one state to another. And you got a septic tank in your front yard, and you got your washer and dryer, in your yard with Sun detergent. I can keep going on and on about this guy. He's the real bum.
Y'all hit the y'all hit the like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Look, I don't care what this dude is going through. I mean, he's usually in his backyard or in his garage doing some shit. Let me ask you something. Does a Hebrew Israelite believe in holidays, pagan holidays?
No,
they don't believe in pagan holidays. No.
Who's the Hebrew
Why is he giving his kids Christmas gifts?
Who's the Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah,
Hebrew Israelite. Hebrew Israelite. I don't. It's just like one of those people who stand around.
Who is the Hebrew
Israelite?
Lenon? No.
Yeah.
No.
Bullshit.
I know, boo. That's the biggest boo.
He claimed.
If Lenon Honor is a Hebrew Israelite, I'm from the Caucasus Mountains.
And I'm from Idaho, and I never seen Idaho. I've been to Idaho.
I'm just saying that's what he claimed. It was one of the old videos.
Liar.
I'm telling you.
That's a bold faced lie. I believe he's a Catholic or any other before I mean, come on. I believe anything but that.
Look at that. I hope he sues too. I hope he fucking sues. Yeah, wait a minute. Lenon averages $500 in super chats a stream. Huh.
I think it's more than that. Now, I want to say, when I was watching Lenon Honor's shit some time ago, this was before the first FDMG festival. Lenon was clocking at least $1,000 to $1,500 a stream.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
I think somebody did a count. Who the hell was that? Damn, it was somebody. Was it Transcript? I know somebody did a count on what he collected, bro, and it was.
Let me see your transcripts.
She was pretty solid, bro. I will give her that. And she the only side that she picked was a side of truth. And I don't know, is she still on YouTube?
Yeah, she's still on.
And Joe Trace, he done exclusive stuff on him. Joe Trace, that dude that cartoon, face of a guy. He done exclusive stuff. He broke everything down.
I remember that. I remember that. I remember that. Very, very closely. I remember that.
Yeah. So I'm like,
but Q, I gotta get you. I gotta get your advice on, or I gotta get your opinion, because I know you seen the videos of him.
Which one?
Umar crashing out on Instagram.
I didn't see it. I'm telling you, man. I have. We-On-Loc. I think I have, man. I haven't been on social media like talking about it at all. I've been grinding between. I live in 2 different states, so I've been back and forth. I haven't been paying attention at all. So bring me up to speed. What happened?
So basically, he's doing a counter to what Anissa was talking about, and he did say he was going to put his second baby mama on blast. So that's what he ended up doing, because he said that if he doesn't hear from the second baby mama, what he calls her the dead vegan. What did he call her? The evil vegan, calls her the evil vegan. And so he says to the evil vegan, if I don't see my child, I'm gonna out you. And he did just that. It's a mess. And it ended up becoming more than just talking about the evil vegan and what happened with the child and that whatever. He said something. He said to the effects of the father, "Stay the fuck out of my life." So I said, this is
the one thing that you can't do is try to put out a fire with gasoline. It won't work. So
say that.
I just hate that this is taking place, man. But it seems
how he put it. How the dad allegedly did him dirty. I mean, we don't know, because we only know what's being put out there, and so we got to take him on his word on that. Plus, I guess he has white man paperwork or whatever. I'm just gonna take him on his word on that. Now I
will say his dad has done some foul shit.
I've heard, and Tiffany can attest to that, but I don't want to get her involved.
Well, now this is something I heard with my own two ears, and it was to the effect of him trying to get Umar to be more transparent with the handlings of the school, and to be a man, quote unquote.
I did hear that.
Yeah, and man, I wish my fucking daddy would do that shit.
He did say that. I mean, I caught him at one point. He was at the school and he was walking around there, and he did a video, and he said those exact words. I did hear it. I took the liberty of getting on the phone with him, because I didn't want to do an online type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, and this was me and him talking. I just basically asked, could you, as a father, from a father to a son, is it a possibility that you can help him out? He said no.
And
it's another thing.
Okay. He said no. He said no to helping him out. And this is a result of his own doing, not anything that Umar Johnson did him.
Right.
I would not say that.
I would not make that up.
But he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't admit to that.
But I mean, and we talked about other things. You know what I mean? And this is how I got to know the family a little bit, because I think he's like the first out of 5 kids, including possibly, a couple of sisters in back. But, because I think he was married. I think he was married twice. His first, the first mother passed away, and now he got married to a second woman, allegedly. So
married to a second woman, allegedly. What the fuck? I'm trying to second person. The hell? Oh, bad. Yeah, man. I don't want to see any father go through this shit, man. To be quite honest with you, and it's not like this is something that's isolated. I mean, to think that Umar Johnson is the only person to deal with this shit is asinine.
It is, but this is nothing we can do. I mean, that relationship, that's been pretty much dead and gone for years. But I mean, it hasn't been buried, because he did say that if anything were to happen to his father, I mean, he would be there. But for right now, you did too much dirt. You did way too much dirt.
Yeah. Well, no, Umar's father. It hasn't been that long. It has only been since that video that he made.
Oh, no. They have not they have not established a relationship for years. For years. I know that because Tiffany has told me stories about Umar's dad. And then back in the in my Umar sector days, I think it was TCTV that interviewed Umar's dad. And they had discussions, and Tiffany coming up, and they start arguing back and forth with each other. You don't give a shit about Umar, da 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 da. And that whole shit went just straight to hell. Quick, fast, and hurry. So I thought I'd give my little input, but I didn't want to do it online. I wanted to do it offline. I just wanted to talk to him straight up, man to man. None of this rah bullshit. And I was being honest. I was being direct. And it's just,
I bet you no one is talking about the school right now. If they're talking about the school, they're probably talking about it in passing, and and midway through that conversation. But right now, this is the hot topic. Someone in the chat said that Umar just gave Lenon 18 months of work. I think it's more. I think it's more than that.
it's more than that.
They're gonna ride this shit till the wheels fall off.
How long has Umar and his father not gotten along? It's been years. It has been years. That I don't want to say, but that whole I don't know. I don't know too much about it. All I know is the relationship between those two is possibly one of the reasons why Umar stays away.
Well, if they hadn't gotten along in years, now this is logic asking questions. If they haven't gotten along in years, and Umar Johnson's father knows of the shit that's going on with Umar on YouTube, why would you then go on YouTube and make a video about a person who you're not getting along with?
True.
That's a good question. Now, he has defended his son on numerous occasions, though.
To my understanding, after social media drug him through the mud of being a piss poor father.
Right, but I'm saying I have heard that, but he has gone. The thing with him and Lenon, like when they first started talking, I think he was on some podcast or something, and Lenon and his bullshit, making accusations about him snorting cocaine, turning heat down. I'm like, what are we fucking doing? And
so I'm just trying to figure out where do they get this idea that Umar Johnson lives with his mother? I'm curious.
I would like to know too. He takes care of his mom. He did address that he takes care of his mother. So I would assume that his mother lives with him. But he got evicted. He got evicted from his own house. So how did you know that?
Umar Johnson lives very close to the school.
Yes.
And the reason why I know this is because I've been to both of the festivals, and I was there sitting right there when he said, "Look, someone went to run to my house to grab something, and they'll be right back." Going to Philly ain't right back.
No.
I think they left some armbands or something at his house, the armbands for the festival, and he went to the house to get the armbands. It was one of the young ladies and her son that went there to get it.
I mean, like, Philadelphia ain't too far away from Wilmington, from Delaware.
It's like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow, only a 45-minute drive?
Yeah. Basically.
Not bad. Not fucking bad. Not fucking bad at all.
Well, Lisa, you're right. Conversations should be kept offline and kept private. That we discussed that, but I also discussed that at some point within certain situations, you have to respond. You're left with no other recourse but to respond.
Sometimes you don't have. If he didn't respond, he was going to be. It was going to be bad for him any goddamn way.
Somebody said his eviction was public knowledge. An eviction is a public record, and you can't find this shit nowhere. Someone has already tried. So if it's an eviction, it's not hard to do it for you and get that information.
Right.
Lenon Honor eviction was public record. Flacco being addressed up.
Yeah, an eviction is a public document. You can't hide that. You can't hide that. So y'all just take fucking talking points from these idiots online and just run with them.
Well, let me say this.
The reality is nobody wants the truth because bullshit is more entertaining.
Exactly. Now, us three, we was on Dita Rayo's show, and you got this Miss Thing and another woman. Every single thing that girl said, his daughter said, was 100% believable to them. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? And and nothing we said, no logic we said, because I was neutral. And I still is neutral to a certain extent. And I said nothing we said was, could combat that, because what she said, what his daughter said was the truth. And people, his haters, going 10 toes down on it, even though some of them found out to be lies.
Check this out. So, Ali, what county was the eviction filed in?
Say it again.
No, I'm asking Ali Akkad.
I've seen
who saw the eviction paperwork.
Yeah, what county was it in?
Yeah. What county was it in, and who had the paperwork?
That's doxing to me. But
yeah, who had the paperwork? Ali Akkad, and what county was it in?
She'll look it up. I don't want to call her a feminist.
You can't recall where, but I
recall I seen it.
I want you to understand how stupid that shit sounds. Just for the sake of an argument. That sounds fucking stupid. Respect,
but obviously it's coming from him. So whatever comes from out of his mouth, everybody that he comes in contact with is gonna believe. You know how many YouTubers I've fought?
Yeah. So go ahead and put some skates on that fucking Umar Johnson bashing goalpost. You need to move it, because that shit you just gave is just not going anywhere.
It's rubbish. No. Rubbish.
5 years ago. You know something? I can. If there's a document that I can recall, I can tell you what. And you can't even tell me who showed you the paperwork. But somehow you remember the paperwork.
You know what? She probably got it from KKC, that dirtbag.
Oh man,
it's not being treacherous, Ali Akkad. It's just that you'd be surprised how many people run with stupid ass fucking talking points and don't research it. And what happens is you're not the problem. You're not the problem. The next gullible person that reads it, that's the fucking problem.
It's going to be the fucking problem. Correct. But I already told
Dr. Umar debunked about 10 theories of him, about 10 or 11 theories, lies, straight up lies. he exposed, and it turned out to be lies because people don't read or investigate nothing. They go off talking points from a known BSer, bullshitter like Lenon Dishonor.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, man. I'm not interested in people's personal woes, especially when they're trying to do something that they think is beneficial to their interest. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I've just heard so much shit about Umar that I've literally lost track, and I'm no longer interested in his fuck ups.
What fuck?
I'm not.
I need to know. What has he fucked up on?
Well, no.
Other
Here's the thing.
Other than
Here's
the
the thing.
Honor shit.
No. Here's the thing. Let me give you a short list. He's not actually a doctor. He stole somebody's identity. He snorted cocaine. Let me see. What else? He doesn't have lights on.
The conscience.
He spent the money for the building. He doesn't have lights in the building. He doesn't have a contract.
There was no air conditioning. Yeah.
He has 6 kids.
6 kids.
Yeah, 6. They say he got 6 kids. Got 2 girls.
He's got
women that got
this is for Bond. He's gonna take the money. He's gonna go back to Africa with it.
Exactly.
We-On-Loc and Seth. I want you to make a note of this. Most of the people that are avidly against Umar, their alliances have failed where his desire for the school continues to go. His desire for the school has outlasted some of their partnerships to fuck over him. Think about all the people that was together trying to do this, do that. These people are at odds. They don't even want to speak to each other anymore. And now I understand thoroughly why Umar Johnson is selective about who he fucks with.
Exactly.
You don't trust anybody.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been trying to tell people.
Okay, so Ali Akar, here's the question.
Don't do that.
If a father is taking care of his children, is it required for him to nurture or is it required for him to provide?
Ooh,
good one. Good.
And I already looked up the definition of deadbeat dad. So
no, but here's the thing. No one is talking about. No one is saying that he's not paying child support. See, here's the reality. You get motherfuckers that's in prison serving 30 years that'll get a pass for not being there, and they ain't doing shit for their children.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that mother would make sure that child sends a card every Christmas, every Father's Day. But nobody has said Umar Johnson is not paying child support. Have they?
Who stops? And what
most of the detractors
stops the father to seeing his children?
Well, that happens a lot.
It happens a lot, doesn't it?
A lot. But like I said, many of the detractors, if you put their brains in a bird's ass, it'll fly backwards.
That's good. That's good.
What is that?
That was good. Accurate too. What's funny about his accurate?
That shit verbatim. Oh shit! They say he was forced. Yes, he was forced to pay.
Every person that goes through the judicial system relative to family court that's paying child support is a forced payment.
Yeah.
Now watch this, Ali Alcor. Watch this, Ali Alcor. Check this out. At one point, they were saying, now I need you to figure this shit out, Ali Alcor. At one point, they were saying Umar Johnson is behind on child support. He's defaulted on child support. He's behind. He's in arrears. Tell me what court is going to allow him to go overseas or more than $2,500 in child support?
Exactly. Professional boxers can't even do it.
Nope.
Didn't he just come back from Sweden?
Yeah, he came back from Sweden.
He just came back from Sweden.
And here we go. And didn't I tell you? Wait. We-On-Loc.
What?
Didn't I tell you they'll go put some skates on the fucking Umar Johnson badge and shit and move that fucking goalpost? So now we're talking about Umar Johnson is using FDMG donations to pay child support. Is not a flex. Gotcha. Can't make this shit up.
Honestly, if he wanted to, he could have not done it and just gotten his degree to be an defense attorney and just made money off of that. But when he was a former school principal,
man, let me tell you something. Seth, have you been to any of Umar's lectures?
Yes, I've been to 4 of them.
And have you seen them? Have you seen those fucking books fly off the table at the lecture?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I've been to 2 of them, and one of them I stopped counting because they sold out all the books. But I knew they were selling the books for. That's what Umar was making most of his money, besides being paid to speak places. Some of the lectures he go to, he don't charge. Some of them he do. I know when he came to Louisiana twice. I know the NAACP for St. John Parish, they paid for him to come. And then there was there was an Keeley house. Whose name is place? God damn it. Baldwin and Company, the bookstore paid for him to come there.
Wilmington, Delaware. Where is FDMG? Wilmington, Delaware. Why would he have? Okay,
I just explained that.
No. Lisa doesn't know. Why would he? Why would Umar pay people to work inside the school? Please answer me that. Why would Umar pay for a big ass vax to put on top of the building, as well as the little vax to be on the side of the building? Why would he pay for that? Why would he pay for when the water? It was the gym was totally filled full of water. He had to get that fucking drained out. He had to get the electricity fixed. He had to get the lights turned on. He had to get the plumbing working. Why would he spend money for that? And by the way, why would he? While so many people were complaining that the school is still boarded up, he had the boards put down, but later on had to put them back up because people don't appreciate shit. They just want to put shit. They just want to put a brick through the fucking window, and you have to put the boards back up. People don't appreciate shit, and this is the reason why I say he should go ahead, fix the floors, sell the school, and go to fucking Africa, because people here in the United States don't appreciate shit. They just don't. They just don't. Because he loves black people so much, he is willing to go to lengths to open up the school for your fucking kids. Your kids. I wouldn't have done it. I'm like, oh, so you're gonna vandalize my school, right? You're gonna vandalize the school, you're gonna throw a brick in it, you're gonna set fire to the fucking roof, and you expect me to open up at your convenience? Really?
I wonder. I wonder how did they determine his net worth? Have you ever looked at his net worth?
Googling.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how.
You can find it. You can find your network through Google. That's all I know. I don't know. Anybody else know? I don't fucking know. How much do you think he's worth? He's not. I don't know. That's one of the mysteries.
I'm looking at 2 different timestamps. One of them is October 11, 2024. They have him worth they have him his net worth at $500,000. I'm thinking they're basing it on the property that's owned.
Right.
But then in January 2025, they have his net worth at $10 million.
They have him at 10 million?
10 million. In a year. They say he made that his net worth has jumped 10 million. I don't know where the fuck they got this from.
That's the problem with Google. That's the problem with the internet.
Wow.
That is the problem with the fucking internet.
Hey,
What's up, fellas? What y'all up to, man? I hear
hey,
y'all. What's
what's up?
going on, man? What's
Man,
going
nobody want
on?
to talk to you.
What's up,
Nobody want to
D-Bell?
talk to them damn grammar nights, man. Get that grammar night off of here.
Man, look, man, look. I man, look. I gotta say this, man. Look, these guys, man. I don't understand this. It's funny you played the video of me talking about Lenin. This Negro, KKC. I tried to be nice to this man. I tried to I tried to be cordial with him. I let this man come on my panel and talk crazy stuff about Umar that I know was not true. I look, man, it's like I don't know, man. I don't know. Is I'm trying not to get into the ish, but it's
You
like
got
dude,
into
the
you,
dude,
you
like
got into this.
I'm like, brother, look, okay. I don't agree with what's going on right now. Okay, we both don't. Okay, but if you're gonna criticize him, let's have some truth. Let's he deserves criticism from my perspective. But let's not start acting like Lenon Honor is like God's gift to the black family. Like let's just quit with this. And he took my video with me interviewing Jamal, which I don't mind. I told people go ahead, critique it or whatever. Right?
I said
I
I
thought it
said
was
you
a
did a
good.
good. I said you did a
I
good
thought
job.
I told him the same thing. I thought the interview was good and insightful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and see, I was trying because the thing about it is people think that that interview with me and Jamal was like pre-planned and he was no. Look, that Jamal does a lot of community work. It just so happened the brother happened to be flying through Houston. And we had an opportunity to get together. I actually cleared my day, my busy day, and brought him to one of my offices so that we can have a we went to Black Houston, went to the Shrine of the Black Madonna where Umar actually spoke at least 4 or 5 times. We went there first. Then we went to the Shape Community Center where he met a guy there that the guy that actually is over that center. We was chopping it up. I got pictures of excuse me, everything. I just chose and I was gonna do a video on it, but brother Jamal don't really want all that attention on him. And so excuse me. So I decided not to even make any more content with him being featured on it. And I just left it at that. But and I know how y'all feel about Jamal. Listen, you're not saying nothing more than what I've told Jamal. Like
Mm-mm,
what?
no, dude. I said this a long time ago. It's like a bad feud. A bad fuse that needs to be fixed hasn't been fixed in over years ago. We already know that part.
Right?
I'm not I'm not even on it. I'm not even on that. When Umar said what he said, it's like an anger of feud that those two need to fix.
Right,
I said
exactly. And that's where I'm at with it. That's exactly where I'm at with it. But this Negro KKC, like you bastardize my content. But no, like, dude, I'm trying to be like, listen. A lot of people don't agree with my stance on Umar with his daughter, and I'm listen. We just gonna have to agree to disagree on this one, as it relates to why she doing what she doing now. I'm looking funny style at her right now because she out of control. She looking bad, and she don't realize she being used and being exploited for the few little dollars that she getting online, which is not gonna last. Um, but with that being said, man, um, I guess certain people thought that I was gonna like try to trash Umar's career and like, no, I'm not here for that. I never would do that because, like I said, I'm willing to deal with the truth. I'm not gonna go up here making up what I think I know about him and his family, which I don't. I'm not gonna make up stuff as it relates to him and his educational, career and all of that. And no, I'm gonna say what's documented, what is true, what has been verifiable. And if y'all don't agree with that, then you just ain't gonna fucking agree with it. Like I'm not gonna sit there and lie on the man and smear the man's name for no reason. We have disagreed on a lot. I still disagree with the handling of the school, the stuff going on. I disagree with some of his online behavior, and I'm just gonna be consistent with that. But I'm not gonna make up stuff. I'm not gonna, smear name, and definitely I'm not gonna get into this thing where we comparing again, like Lenon Honor. There's no comparison. Lenon Honor and Umar, like what this is apples and oranges. Like I'm not about to do this, and so they basically got on me because they claim I'm the one who paid people to attack Lenon Honor and his family and his wife and whether or not he was sleeping with another man. I'm like, what are y'all talking about, man? But I get it. I get it. It is what
Look,
it is.
look. To hell with all that. To
Yeah,
hell
but
with
it's like it's crazy
yeah.
though. But it's like what is all this like? So we're gonna pretend and act like Lenon Honor didn't scam people. Like we're gonna pretend that he didn't do the antics that he was involved in years and still is now. Disrespecting this man and his Jamal and his rest of the family and so forth. His wife that's deceased. Like, are we gonna have selective, you know?
Amnesia. Yeah.
Amnesia on what he did and what he didn't do? Like, no, we're not doing it. I'm only gonna call out what you did, what people forgot or choose to forget, and that's what it is. Like, it's obviously you obsessed. It's obviously you're not working in your field of study. You claim you got a degree in cybersecurity, but I remember you taking a break for 6 months, and now you're back doing 2 or 3 lives a day. Um, and Lennon
Still
is not
making money
making,
off his name.
huh?
Still making money off of his name.
Yeah, he
Right.
making money, but he's not making as much money as people think he's making because Google take 30%. And so when you really look at that, when even though he may have you got the same people who are it's about 5 to 7 people who basically may donate 5 or 6 times during the live stream. The same 4 or 5 people do the same thing every live. So when Uncle Sam take his part, Lennon is not. And like I stated, they got mad at me for this. Lennon is doing this because he needs this to survive. If he don't do YouTube videos, he's gonna be homeless,
Yep.
or his spiritual wife is gonna leave him with five. Like that. That's the situation or the conundrum that he got himself in.
Is that?
That's the conundrum he got himself in. Lack of a better word. And so, what do you expect? What's up, Brownie? Hey, Queen.
This is what's bothering me, and it's something that Seth alluded to earlier. His daughter, I guess, according to what he told me, is crashing out online, like boo-hooing and crying and stuff, like real tears.
Definitely.
Oh, I guess you've seen it too. I didn't see it
I
because I
saw
told
one
myself,
of them.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see that stuff.
But see, that's what's expected. That I expected that.
Dude, that's wrong, dude. Dude, it is wrong. It's wrong. Why can't y'all see that it is so wrong? And Saint the Sinner's making it worse. Fuck that dude, yo.
The saint and sinner is doing what the saint and sinner. That's another Negro. Like you gotta understand, these dudes will do anything. Like I'm not willing to do any and everything for a view, for a super chat. So I don't get emotional when somebody like Saint the Sinner, who was all up Kevin Samuel's ass, after he became popular. He went viral actually doing a video trying to expose Kevin Samuels. See the man in Vegas, and he acting like a whole groupie. Literally acting, and you should, and I know Will, like, you should have remembered that because the whole Manosphere talk, they had played that. This Negro act like a whole groupie in Vegas. They was at I think at the Palazzo or somewhere, whatever the name is. He was literally ran up to him. Yeah, ran up to him like a whole
took
fan.
the picture. Yep, took the picture. I seen it.
Yeah, like a whole fan, like he just saw an A-listing actor or somebody. Like, oh, hey, Kevin, is me. It's just was how you doing? Like, like how big eyed and everything.
Fuck
And I'm
that
like,
nigga. He fucking a whole pillow, dog. I don't take a nigga serious when he fuck a whole pillow online. I don't do it, and then hug up on the nigga. And then your one feud is a white boy. Seriously, your feud is. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Aaron the plumber. Who takes Aaron the plumber? Who takes Aaron the plumber seriously? AKA the Ninja Turtle. AKA I'm a boxer now, and I can fight Mayweather. If y'all don't sit y'all asses down, we do anything for $1, won't we? You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call Michael John White up, and I said, Michael John White, I can beat you in 1 round. Who gonna believe that? Who gonna believe that story?
I hear you, man. I hear you.
I can beat you, Michael John White, with one round. I'm gonna beat you with one of my famous kicks. Really?
Wait, how did Aaron the plumber make his way into this conversation? What's wrong with him?
No, I was mentioning Saint the Center, because he's always doing content on Umar. I don't know why, but a person that does stuff for attention don't need that much attention. Don't need to be taken seriously. I mean, you just got caught doing a feud with a guy that is an is a quote unquote plumber, which he's not an actual plumber. You also got caught doing some suspected things, and then the ultimate sin is you say you are a better father to Umar's child than Umar is a better father to his child.
What the fuck is that? Wait, whoa. Time out. He said he's a better father.
It's online. It's online. It's online. Look it up. Why would I make that shit up? It's online. It's on. I saw it on the short. He said verbatim that I was a he used to be a teacher.
Yeah, he was.
He used to be a teacher, and I guess he knocked into Umar's kid, and she said, I taught her how to dress properly. I taught her how to do this. I taught her how to do that. Oh, really? Really now? So if you taught her all this, right? But she's twerking online. You know what? I'm not gonna even discuss that girl. I'm not. Y'all just look it up.
I kind of figured that once she realizes that she's being used, the most difficult part of her mentality will be trying to reconcile that which she had the power to keep under wraps and fix. It's going to be difficult, man. And now she's going to need to keep up some type of frustration between her and Umar just to keep herself from looking like a hypocrite.
Can we all agree that she just needs to just go and see her father when it's it's going to be she turns 23 in about a week, and she turned 23 in about a week and a half, and Umar invited her to go do something for her birthday.
Well, yep. I hope that she decides to do it, but he's gonna have to be consistent on that communication. This is really on him as it relates to trying to make that happen.
Yeah.
You can't just be like, okay, I'm not gonna talk to you in between that time. There need to be conversations. There needs to be like when we, that let's not make that the day we first communicate in like years. Like we need to have communication, daily communication that leads up to that point. There needs to be some errant, kind of fixing things, kind of putting it out there. Let's rehash and rebuild relationship, and then we meet. But if it's just some situation where y'all not talking until that day, that would not be a good thing. I think that the time in between needs to be bonding.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I'm gonna say this. I just hope, maybe all three of y'all may disagree, but you ain't got to put this on the internet or public. But if you could take a picture and show that y'all hug, hugging each other, and trying to make this right, I think that'll send a big message. You know what I'm saying? It'll stop all this and nip it in the bud. Huh? You think that's good or no? You say you don't think it's a good idea?
I don't either.
Okay. Yeah.
It's already public enough, but so I do think if they do meet, Umar probably is going to post something with them hugged up. I'm really indifferent about it. Whether he does or not makes me no sense. But see, my position is that through this journey that Umar is taking, from my assessment of it, he is, you don't want to isolate your family totally from you, and it's like it's taking that position. The issue with his dad, even if it's whether it's your fault or not, or both parties or whatever, like you don't want to have a situation where you're not getting along with your dad, maybe siblings, and now your own children trying to go through this it's really like you can. There's nothing wrong. I understand sacrifice. Everybody's not going to be there with you, but some of this stuff can be avoided. Like this is you go on a very, to me, isolative tunnel in trying to achieve this goal, and you're not like in tune with your family members in that process. Like you're losing family members in this process, and that's not a good thing.
D. Durrell, you know what's the common denominator that I'm able to see? It may not be factual, but on its face, it creates that appearance. The common denominator is the internet.
Yeah, the common denominator is the internet, and so
I agree.
He made a mistake by responding to this girl through the internet.
but we covered that, Durrell. We covered that,
right?
And part of covering that, and I said it. I said that what makes a lie truth is when a lie goes uncontested. Now, I'm not saying that that you need to address. For example, if what's her name? Anti-Africa has said many times that you've stolen somebody's name. I know you've heard it before.
Right.
You chose not to entertain it because you know the literature you have hanging on your wall. All right.
Exactly.
So it does not require a response. Right.
Right.
But when it's something dealing with your personality as a person, a lot of times a lie that goes uncontested will eventually become the truth in public knowledge. That comes from what is called 1943 Communist Directives. If you've never heard of it before, it's called the 1943 Communist Directives, and it gives you a very good idea of the mindset of anti-Africa, Lenon Honor, and even KKC. It's a 12-second, about 20-second video on YouTube, man. Look it up. It's very interesting.
Right. And also the same thing was applied to the Nazis. Like they applied that to their propaganda. If you repeat something long enough, and you constantly beat it in, and if people, is not being challenged or no one can verify, people will eventually believe it.
Exactly.
And that's the truth. And so,
For example, we had a very good example of the snack pack thrower. I'm not gonna say that. No, I'm gonna retract that. Go ahead, say what you were saying. I don't want to call anybody names on Xbox Live.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I don't know
I'm enjoying this predominant a little bit too much to even get my nerves riled up. But go ahead.
Your nerves. I should be smoking what you're smoking right now because all this illicit shit, it's frustrating to me.
Y'all three are very well aware of this. You remember a few years ago, everybody swore up and down that Umar was caking it up with a snow bunny in Cherry Hill Mall, New Jersey, and she came and debunked that whole theory. It was over 30 videos, and I viewed every one of them because I was off that day. 30 videos within 3 hours, 4 hours, say Umar is getting a phone number from a snow bunny. He's chopping it up, this, that, and other. And she was interviewed later on that day or that weekend, and she debunked the whole thing. She said, I don't even know him. I ain't know him until he pointed it out. And you know what I'm saying? It was egg on their face, And then when I told people to retract it, they didn't want to do it.
It's sad. Nobody's going to retract it, man. I said before, no one wants the truth because bullshit is more entertaining.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
100%. But hey,
that poor man that was across the street from FDMG Academy at the Boys and Girls Club, they didn't got that man in so much fucking. They was calling that man job trying to get him fired. It's fucked up.
Yeah, that is.
Now, Didera, but I can appreciate your position with holding Umar accountable. I have the same mentality. I have my critiques on in the things with Umar that I think he's doing wrong. The problem with most of the detractors is that they want you to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, I ain't trying to do all of that. I'm not trying to do all of that. No, I'm not. My thing is I want to stick with the facts, the truth. I'm not about to be smearing somebody's name and all this other stuff and just for entertainment purposes only. No, that's just not me. I'm not willing to do all of that. And so that's just not the case. But I will be critical. I will call some things out. I will say some things that, whether I agree, disagree. That's my position, that I'm gonna take. But yeah, man, I'm not like these guys up here, man. Like the dude literally used. I can't believe this. The guy used the content I created. It ain't gonna get on me because I criticized. He felt like I should have not criticized Lenon Honor of all people. Like
what? I thought him and Lenon Honor were beefing.
I don't know what the hell they got going on, man. I don't know. But he got on me because he claimed that, how could you say this about Lenon? The people that you paid to say your camp lied on him, you paid him and you had doctors for hire. And I'm like, what's this man talking about?
Oh my God.
I'm like, KKC, you don't want this work. You don't want the work that I can get you. You're an easy target. Just sit down and go to bed and relax.
Hey, a side conversation, gentlemen. D. Durrell, do you know what this is?
Southern University. Band. That's the band.
Do you know how to get one of these? Do you know what this is?
That's a calendar?
No, sir. That's a donation book. Why am I donating to your university, sir?
You tell me. I've donated too. But I ain't get a calendar.
No, it's not a calendar. It's a list of donors. You in here. I see your name in here.
Oh, okay.
Why am I look, that's all the names. That's all the names in there. But I've seen your name in here.
Okay.
But why am I donating to your university, man?
Well, it's a black college. That's why.
I guess.
It's a black
Stop donating.
college.
black.
I don't like you. I don't like you anymore. I'm gonna start donating to your school, man.
Yeah, man. I matter of fact, I need to do a I used to do a monthly donation level that they had. I kind of do it sporadically now,
Yeah.
you know. But I used to do one where they took a certain amount every month.
Yeah, but they
You know.
just started sending these out about 2 years ago.
Yeah,
And
I
not
got
everybody gets them.
I've been getting an
Not
email
everybody,
though. I get an
yeah,
email.
not everybody gets them because my sister is a graduate and well she graduated in the 80s, but she has a foundation that donates through her name, and she doesn't get one of these. And she's trying to figure out how the hell did I get one? I didn't graduate
Yeah,
from
I
Southern.
ain't never get one. I need to see what is it a certain level you got to donate?
I don't know.
I got to see what's going on. But look, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I got to get my butt to bed, man. It's 11:20 over here, man. So appreciate you for having me on.
All right.
I meant to
All right,
go.
man.
All
Good
right,
night,
no
guys.
problem, man. Look at this. Look at this joke. Look at this joke. This is
How can a man with 5
He's a-
kids and a wife have time for this? Well, he ain't got a wife, you know.
have enough time to do this.
Is that a house he's in on?
Allegedly. Alleged.
Allegedly.
Or him or Lynn. I have no freaking clue. He probably on
kids.
Section
You
8.
got 5 kids, dude. You got 5 kids.
Wait a minute. If you're on Section 8, I was going to ask if your wife is on Section 8, right? The guy is not supposed to be around.
Somebody said he living in a separate house
by
now.
law. Or am I saying it wrong?
No. Let me see something.
You're not supposed to be by law. You're not supposed to be. He's a freaking joke. What'd you say? What'd you say, Seth? You cutting in and out.
I just said it baffles me. 5 kids, and you got enough time. You spend more time on Umar than your 5 kids, and that ain't no exaggeration. You're obsessed.
You know why you have? I'm gonna explain to you why he has 1,000K. I'm gonna explain to you why, because half of them are from AAS's group.
Yeah,
and some of them they just don't like Umar, and the other ones just getting the crack, just getting a view.
Exactly.
Just getting the view. But if something were to go wrong and he were be exposed, they'll be somewhere else. Though these are the same. These are just the same people. These are the same people.
Exactly.
The same people who hear the same shit from Lenon Honor over and over and over again, unless he has, or of course, if Umar comes out with a TikTok video, which I don't think he has TikTok anymore. If he comes out with a IG live, and everybody's gonna record it. Everybody's gonna record. Everybody's gonna screen record. Why do you think he calls them struggle streamers?
Yeah, it is.
I thought he called me a struggle streamer until he texted me a month ago. But he doesn't say much. He doesn't say much, but
What Corey Holcomb say? The bum is sitting in the park wasting his day away. Corey Holcomb, comedian Corey Holcomb. That's the wrong person to go after.
Corey Holcomb.
Is that
I'm still tripping
your day away.
I'm still tripping on him coming after Professor Griff. I'm still tripping on that.
Yes.
You don't come after nobody like that. No.
He found out very quickly.
In the streets.
He found out very quickly. D. Rail knows about that too. He found out very quickly. That was a huge mistake. But in that particular situation, yeah, he let that stuff go real quick.
But how come he don't come after? He don't go after Tariq Nasheed. I wonder why. I wonder why he doesn't.
Oh, he tried. He tried. But
he tried.
Tariq got jokes. He got jokes for days. Tariq joked on him briefly, and he said this bub. And he joked on him briefly. After that, it was no more. It was no more of that because he posted. He said, "I don't want to hear about nothing bub because if I get on him, it's not gonna be funny." And he said, "I'm warning you, big time." And he said, "I ain't mention no name, but you know who you are." And after that, that disappeared. That was the quickly stopped. So, yeah.
Quit kissing his ass, Craig. God dang. He grew up in numbers originally. No, he didn't. Because he was part of the AAF. What'd you say?
I'm glad I'm not invested into the doings of Lenon Honor, because if anybody could actually submit a FOIA request to the House of Urban Development to see if his ass is actually on Section 8, it's public record.
I mean, Poetic Flacco did a whole, got a whole summary of that. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, and he don't. That's why he's not legally married. And they claiming both kids on, have the kids on taxes. That's the word. And it was, yeah.
Ali Akar, regarding why Umar Johnson has a belt on, that is a taunt at a guy by the name of Tommy Sotomayor. If you've never heard of him, he's been around for a very long time, and he keeps that belt across his shoulder. That is basically saying, this is my debate belt, and the only person who can get this from me is someone who can beat me in a debate. He's been doing that for a couple of years, but Tommy Sotomayor has been doing it for about a decade.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to be debating Dan Calloway pretty soon.
Yeah, Dan Calloway. Yeah.
Which that's
a fucking expensive cigar. This bitch keep going out.
That's gonna be a joke. That's gonna be a whole joke. We're American Indians. No. Oh, you talk about the same Indians that enslaved slave Africans. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you can keep that shit. We-On-Loc loves him some Tommy. Yeah, I love to smack him upside the face like that other dude from New York did. I would definitely like to smack him in the face. I would. I would. Anybody who would have that, first of all, it was her fault for going on the show in the first place, or calling it onto his little whack ass show.
I did see the interview with her and Tommy Sotomayor. Oh my God, that was horrible.
It wasn't. Guess what? She came back, but she was in the chat and she got dragged again. Like, what are you doing? And this time, I laughed at some of the shit that he said. I can only sit back and laugh because she put this on herself. But again, it's beyond me to even think, if he dragged you this much the first time, what makes you think it's going to be smooth the second time? What makes you think that it was going to be perfect the second time around? Oh, we're mature adults. We shouldn't be talking about each other. You knew what you was getting into before you got on this live stream. I mean, this is the same guy that shook hands with David Duke. Stop it. Just stop it. Mm-hmm. And for those who don't,
you recall when Lenon Honor tried to switch content and started doing something else other than Umar Johnson content, and his ass is barely surviving?
I don't even know. Did he? Did he?
Yeah.
I'm trying to book that.
Uh-huh.
Well, he tried. Yeah, that was short lived. You know,
Very short lived.
it was like
I think
very short. You know.
that was this was something happened. I think his channel got struck. He went to subscribers only at some point, and I think that's when I kind of stepped away from YouTube altogether. But he went to subscribers only, and right after something happened with his channel, and he came back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he can't make it the list. He got the Umar and his Umar stories headlines. You know, that's the only way, because he failed at everything he did. He was a life coach at one time. You know, he had people believing that he was a life coach. Failed at that. DVDs on rappers.
Doing some kind of what is it called? Some kind of meditation shit. He had a fucking flute or some shit in this.
Yeah, music. Yeah.
He's still playing that. He's still playing the flute. He's still playing that lame man flute.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
Become a guidance counselor too. Guidance counselor that failed. he was a jack of a lot of trades, a master at nothing.
Yeah, but he wants to criticize everything that Umar does when he does his parent conference calls on Tuesdays. He wants to criticize him then. Isn't that a HIPAA violation? What you were doing was a HIPAA violation, stupid. Like, he can't do anything. But I do all that. I say all that to say this. It's like it's very pathetic how broke you are, and that you're living off of your supposed alleged wife. But I'm more disappointed in the cookie cunt chat. I'm more disappointed in them, because how are you going to let this man slide over the same old obsessed BS? I think
I'm really shocked at the people that actually show up for the shit, to be quite honest with you.
It's weird. It's weird.
Like I would say, like, check this out. If for some odd strange reason, right, he does something stupid to get half of his cookie coon crush leaving him, right? Say they came over to my channel, I'll be like, what the fuck is y'all doing here? No, take your asses away from me. Take your weird asses away from me. I do not want y'all attention. Because what you let him do was outrageously weird. Just outrageous. How is it that you gonna let this man Lenon Honor, stare at another man's ass for 10 minutes?
Now, I'll tell you this. I mentioned something to Umar in passing about the building that's on the other side of the street, and I think that probably would have been the best idea ever. Hypothetically, let's say, for instance, he got a lot of renovations done on the smaller school. What if he was to do a long lease with a company or some kind of office setting where he can rent that place out, give them a 5 or 10 year lease, let whoever's going to rent that building he could damn near rent it out for free, damn near. But once they're done, then that building is renovated. He should have turned that other side into a commercial, to some type of commercial real estate, and let the money from that drive what has to be done into the smaller building.
Well, right now he has the gymnasium renovated, excuse me, and like I said, he has the smaller school. He's damn near done with the smaller school. So,
now watch We-On-Loc. You can quote me on this shit. Now I never discussed this with anybody else, but I guarantee you, this is going to be the angle. At some point, if he starts to try to build his student body up, it's gonna start with childcare. Watch what the fuck I tell you.
Say that one more time.
Once he tries to start building up his student enrollment, he's gonna start with childcare.
I believe it.
What state are you in? We-On-Loc?
What state am I in?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in Nevada.
Okay. Have you been to the school?
No,
before?
I wish. If I was still in Lansing, Michigan, I probably would go there. Because
I'm a graduate of Coppin State University. That's what I did my undergrad at, right?
Mm.
And Coppin has a hall on the campus of Cheney, and I go there every September. So when I go there, I always pass by the school. I have seen, and I'm not bullshitting you, anybody who has been around there can probably tell you, where the school sits on the next main street over, those are projects. Since Umar bought that school, they completely renovated all of that stuff on the other side of the street, especially the side of the street that leads into the dead end by the park behind the main school. They've renovated all of that shit.
He just needs to renovate the high school then. Once he gets this thing.
No, the neighborhood itself. The neighborhood on the I don't know what the name of the next street over.
Okay, this is news to me. So what you're saying is that he renovated that whole entire block over there?
No, I'm saying developers have started renovating on the other side. That neighborhood is clear. Remember, at one time they were saying there was a high crime area.
Yeah.
Bro, nah. Those apartments, those apartments on the opposite side. I'm not saying it's gentrified because the last 2 times I went up there, I still saw a lot of black people up there, but they have completely flipped that area.
Okay. So
now be mindful. I've been going to Wilmington. I've been going to that general area maybe a year before he got the building, and I've been there every year. So I think I've only missed 1 year. That was during COVID. No, yeah, was it during COVID? Right after COVID.
That's interesting.
I don't know. I've never been to Wilmington. That's far from me. But like I said, if I was back in Lansing, Michigan, I would have taken a ride over there. Me personally,
I didn't see a prison. I know it's not far from the Delaware River. I spent a lot of time driving around the area. There's a black couple that just opened up a coffee shop right on the peninsula, further down from the school. But I have seen the changes in the neighborhood throughout the past couple of years I've been going up there.
And there has been some good changes. It's just open up the school for crying. Well, let me not say that. Let me not say that in that direct.
Well, I still say Piney Woods Academy, Piney Woods School in Mississippi, opened in 1901. They started raising money for that sucker in 1880. Right? Wait, what year did Southern University open up? Southern University opened up in 1880. So they started raising money for that school in 1880. They didn't get their first building until after 1901. St. Augustine Black High School for Boys opened up in 1958. They started raising money for that sucker in 1920. But we live in a push button society where they want to stick a box in the goddamn microwave and come out with a 5-course meal. People don't have any damn patience.
Big facts.
Facts.
Let me tell you. Let me help y'all. Y'all probably know this, but LeBron James School Academy, and I'm very familiar with that because I know somebody whose kid is in 11th grade and he's going to the University of Akron. He attended there. LeBron, it took 7 to 8 years for him to fully open that school up. It was started in 2010. It opened up in 2018. The Jalen Rose School Academy in Detroit, it took him 7, 8 years. This is on record, and I can email y'all the whole summary. You know, it took him 7 to 8 years to open up his school academy. Jalen Rose don't even have a basketball team at his school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
but that school with Jalen Rose, that is a charter school.
Right. Yes. That's what I'm getting to. Both of them charter schools. Both of them charter schools. They get city, state, and federal funds.
They only have the allocation to operate that school for 3-year increments. They have to apply for recertification after 3 years. And if they're not grading as they should, they can actually close that school down and open up a new charter. In New Orleans, there are 79 schools, and only one of those schools is a public run school. The rest of them are charters. And not one of those charters since Hurricane Katrina, which is 20 years ago, not one of those charters since Hurricane Katrina is actually still there. Most of them, let me see. What is it? God damn it! What's the name of this charter system?
Charter.
Algiers Charter. Algiers Charter has changed charter from one school 5 times in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Now, meanwhile, Light City Christian Academy has been operating properly with not more than 30 students for the last 20 years. 30 students. They've never had more than 30 students. They've been operating properly for the last 20 years.
People create their own narratives. Yeah. Haters create their own narratives.
The same way
that's people that don't know. That's people that don't know about how the educational system works. They have all these fucking professionals that think they know, but they don't know shit.
Right. And you wonder why there's a big decline, but it's possibly maybe, but they're going to have to go. Donald Trump's going to have to go through the state for him to absolutely positively close out the educational system. He's going to have to go through the state. But as far as black men declining, I mean, quite frankly, I didn't know about all this. I got to do my research on it, but I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked.
Well, more black men are going back into trades. Now, I'm not sure how old you guys are, but most of my high school teachers and even my college, some of my college instructors, not only did they have a 4-year degree, but they also had trades when they came out of high school.
That trade is good. I mean, we're not saying don't get your doctorate degree, don't get a nursing degree, don't get none of those things that are important. But this whole weaving, I don't know about the whole weaving basket thing. What is that? The stealth, what they call it? STEM program. Do that. But most importantly, we do need lawyers. Right. We do need doctors. Lawyers and doctors.
There's an outside group that's helping build a media room inside the school. I don't know if I should be telling this man business, but that was the last thing I saw.
They don't need to know. They don't need to know. Yeah. They don't need to know because some of these Negroes don't deserve it. They don't need to know. Yeah. Whatever he comes up with.
There's a YouTube video on it. There's a YouTube video on his placement of the media room in there for podcasting and shit.
Big news all over the internet. Black men declining. Well, if they are going to do a trade, then that's fine, because most of these HBCUs are owned by white folks anyway. So
it's on the phone. What it is most of your HBCUs are now a part of university systems to try to get some of the money that comes through there. There was a huge misconception of white people started HBCUs. Only 13 of them that white people actually started. But most of them, like the Southern University system, is a part of the UL system in Louisiana. Let me see who else. Even Prairie View and Texas Southern are part of the University of Texas system, so they can get some of the allocation that come into that come through the state.
Didn't wasn't Deion Sanders a part of one of the HBCUs? Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Jackson State. Jackson State.
I have the shirt. And didn't he leave that some bitch after 4 years? Could have took that some bitch over, and that could have been his. His.
Ali Akar, I can't pronounce this guy's name or this young lady's name.
Lady.
Most of the schools, I can tell you that every last one of the high schools, every high school in the state of Louisiana has a media room. They're teaching people on how to do broadcasting and podcasting. So it's not unheard of. At least the schools that are my clients.
She just hates guys, even though she's married. I'm just playing.
Man, I know one thing. I'm gonna get in a lot of fucking trouble from smoking a cigar in my secretary's office. I'm gonna catch hell in the fucking morning, I swear. But I own the bitch, so.
What do you think Umar should do? He has other. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes out with another video. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
What I think he should do about the situation with him and his daughter, or relative to the school. Bridget, you're absolutely right.
Well, he already knows what he's doing. He already knows what he's going to do with his daughter. I'm just saying, should he just come out with more videos about the mom? I mean, at this point, it's irrelevant.
When she gets here in the morning, I won't be nowhere in this motherfucker. I'm going to avoid all phone calls.
Seth?
She okay. She should have a fucking fit.
Well, personally, I think he said, according to his last video, that was the last time he was going to address it. He never wanted to address it in the first place, but he said, I will give y'all the full I'm gonna give y'all the full detail of what's going on or what happened past and in the present. And he said, I'm not talking about this no more, so nobody asked me. I'm gonna give you the details from start to finish, and the only thing I'm going to do is, see my daughter for her born day, and that's it. So that's pretty much what he said. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bridget, I'm gonna blame it on you. I'm gonna tell this lady on YouTube told me to smoke a cigar in the office. And blame the shit on
you. Well, gentlemen, I've beat a dead horse long enough. I'm just like literally just taken aback by this, that the daughter is crashing out. Lenon he's still sitting here talking shit. He's gonna be in there for another couple of hours. And
yeah, I mean, there's no, he just obsessed. It's like a fatal attraction.
Call the father a black bitch. I'm like, nigga.
Yeah.
But I think the silver lining in this is something that no one is actually paying attention to, is that Umar Johnson has instructed or given advice to young men to avoid this shit. One of the interesting things about going through situations like this, if you don't share this experience with other people who haven't gotten here yet, then I think you're doing society a disservice.
Well, I'm speaking for me, and I'm speaking probably for y'all too. Y'all, y'all fathers or grandfathers probably told y'all, hey, be a better man than me. You know what I'm saying? So, and Umar's telling, the youth, especially young black men, just be better than me, because I'm telling you, it can be, it can turn left real quick. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, approach it right and, do better than I did. Just like our fathers and grandfathers told us. You understand? So.
Great.
When he was
Seth, are you on the West Coast as well, Seth?
No, I'm in Ohio, Midwest.
Ugh. Ohio.
I'm from Ohio State.
Say it again. Oh, right down near it, because I live in Northeast Ohio, so it's like an hour away.
Can you explain to me why is it necessary for a college campus to be that fucking big?
I think that's the largest or the second largest college campus in the nation. Yeah,
it's the largest.
Yeah, I've been there. I worked over there. Doing gig. Yeah, so the Ohio State University, I'm telling you, could get lost. You could be there 4 years and it could literally, you probably could get lost. The national champs.
Hey, I tell you what,
that's Ohio State. Oh, you from Michigan, right? You originally from Michigan?
Goddamn right.
Go got a daddy.
Working at Ohio State. They're only listen. Their loss, that lonely loss, the last regular game of the year, has a stain on it. That championship is tarnished.
Hey, but check this out though. I will tell you how crucial it is. Ryan Day had to win the national championship to keep his job, and he won 90% of his games. Ryan Day had to win the national championship.
He got embarrassed for a person who didn't have a quarterback.
Hey, I can agree with the other 3 years. They said they were still in the signals and still in cheating and all that. They still under investigation. U of M is still under investigation with them signals.
You can change signals. What are you talking about?
I mean, just go ahead. They under investigation. They not by call. That's the call. The NCAA calls. So they still under investigation.
We ain't worried about none of that. We got a nanny. We ain't worried about none of that.
Hey, you a Michigan State fan or a Michigan fan?
Michigan.
You from Lansing though? You say you from Lansing, right?
Yes, I am from Lansing, but that's Michigan State. Mean anything. So what? So what? I was what? I was 20 minutes. I was 25 more, not 20 minutes from East Lansing, and people say, hey, why were you a Dallas Cowboy? It's the same thing as saying, why are you a Dallas Cowboy fan? It's like, what type of stereotype is this?
Did you ask what school did
you're supposed to be repping Detroit? What
school did Deion Sanders get his degree from?
You went in and out. What did you say?
What school did Deion Sanders get his degree from?
It was from a black college, Talmadge College.
Yeah, he got it from Talladega.
Yeah.
Didn't he get his degree from the U? I don't know.
He didn't graduate from the U.
Well, he went to Florida State. He went to Florida State.
Oh, those losers. Oh, okay.
He has a degree from Talladega College.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Deion Sanders fan, but I cannot vouch for him leaving Jackson State. I can't do that because you left.
My only issue with him leaving Jackson State is that his reason for coming was not the reason why was completely different from the reason why he left. He came there supposedly to help build up a better group of young black men, but he left for some other reason. Now, if he wouldn't have said that, or that wasn't his reason for coming, I probably wouldn't have had an issue with it. Because the reality is, when he left Jackson State, so did Walmart, so did American Airlines, so did who else? Michael Strahan stopped making the suits for him. When he left a lot, I think strategically he should have got them to sign a long-term deal with those schools and then left. But he took all the sponsorships with it.
But he did leave them with a brand new field and Under Armour contract. He did do that, so I will give him credit for that. It was a tough break, but what people got to understand, they had a water crisis there too.
No, Adidas has done it for the last 2 years, so Under Armour didn't renew.
Okay, well, it was one of them. I think he left them with a sponsor, a huge sponsor. So, they didn't come. They didn't exist before he got there. So and then they have a brand new football field. So,
improved their facilities greatly, man. My son is in his last year at an SEC team. I don't want to say where because we have some crazy ass people online.
Right.
But I can tell you, my son went to he went to the PWI. He ended up going to
Mm-hmm.
Grambling, and then he left Grambling. But I can tell you, man, we just don't do enough to support our HBCUs. Now, as you heard me
I agree.
arguing with well, not arguing, but teasing D. Durrell, which D. Durrell does give because his name is in his book. I give 10 grand to the school every year. I never set foot on this damn campus. 10 grand I give to them, Bethune-Cookman, Howard, because my youngest daughter went there, my alma mater, Coppin State University, and Hood College. But there's no way in God's world Mississippi Valley should be a school that size, and their endowment is only a little over $3 million. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. That's I agree with that. Because Harvard University, that's a horse with a different color. But Harvard, they got more money than RA. For what people say, they have so much money they got to give scholarships away. You know what I'm saying? So compare and contrast.
Harvard Harvard's endowment is the annual operating budget for most small countries.
Oh yes, that's very true. Yeah, yes.
So I just think, but here's the thing. Now I'm sure you guys have gotten to these conversations about reparations, and I'm going to side with Umar on this. I don't think that reparations should be cash payments to people. You guys may feel differently, and I'm fine with that. My issue, there's been a small test on what happens with Black people when you put large amounts of money in their hand. Hurricane Katrina. I left and I went to Northwest Houston. There was a lot of people from New Orleans that went to that particular area, and they gave us a lot of money after Hurricane Katrina. And there were business owners owned by Ling Ling and Mohammed that opened up in those areas just so that they can get that Black dollar. So just as you're waiting on reparations, so are these hair stores and jewelry stores and they're waiting on you to get reparations too.
Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, they're waiting on us to get, they're waiting on us to get reparations too. So I think that there should be some type of deep study on these institutions of higher learning who have benefited from slavery. Now, I think Yale has admitted to it, and so has Notre Dame. But the question of the day is, how many scholarships, free scholarships, have they given out to ADOS or any other Black people because of their involvement in slavery? They haven't given out any free tuition, have they? No,
not to my knowledge.
Just them, but they have acknowledged and apologized. But no, we don't need your fucking apologies. We need something tangible.
Right. Exactly. I agree.
And
I do agree.
And my philosophy is the biggest beneficiaries of desegregation has been institutions of higher learning. Because where would the LSUs be, the UNLV or USC? Where would they be without the Black athlete?
You're right.
Right. Yeah. So,
you're right.
They would be in the fucking dumps.
You're right.
So with all, well, here's my gripe with, and I guess I might be going a little bit too far with this question, but it needs to be asked. When the kids graduate, I don't know the percentage. When it comes to the HBCUs, when it comes to graduation, and they get their degrees on whatever case may be, do they get the jobs?
You know, the number one profession that I've seen of people graduating from HBCU has been in education, right? You get a lot of teachers, accountants, and you have people that are in pre-law that go on to law school. But I haven't Googled that, but I would love to Google that and see what's the number one occupation of people that leave school? But my problem with the one, even with those that don't get the job, they still have a responsibility. In my opinion, I could be wrong. And don't beat me up for this. They still have a responsibility to make sure that an institution is going on financially after they've left. Be mindful. You have people that started these institutions that knew that they would not be living to see that institution get to its greatest. They were more considerate about you and your children than your children are for the institution which they come from. We have a big problem with thinking that all we have to do is go to a homecoming game or go to a football game and we call that support. No, that's not support. That's not supporting the university. It's not.
Supporting the school itself. The
Right.
school.
Show me a donation you've made to an institution that didn't require somebody to give you some type of entertainment in exchange for it.
Yeah.
Most go to you can go to USC. USC has a walkway of donation bricks, and these are bricks that are in the ground where people put their name on them. Those bricks cost a lot of fucking money, but people donate to see for name rights to make sure that they're leaving something of their legacy. Newcomb College in Louisiana, this lady died and left all of her fucking money to Tulane University and Newcomb College. Black people don't think that way. They think that when they die, they go take their money with them. And it's a very asinine thought process. So
yeah,
I'm gonna get off my soapbox because I'm very critical when it comes to that. That's why I go to, and sometimes only 5 or 6 of us that show up to try to help fix that hall on Cheney's campus. We just don't do enough to support our institutions. We don't.
Yeah. I mean,
why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Don't know.
Why don't we? I'm just gonna say this is dumb. This is dumb coming from me. But why don't we support Umar School?
I support Umar School, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. We think that you have to like Umar to support his cause.
You don't have to like Umar, but the message gets lost. The message itself gets lost. It's pretty much white men don't care for you that much, and it's already been proven. It's showing right now. It's showing upon his face that the world doesn't care for you. It doesn't care for you. It's going to give you its little tokens, and it's going to send you back home, and you're going to wonder why poverty is still up.
Now, I guarantee you that the likes of Lenon Honor, and I hate bringing their name up because it only takes one fucking video about me for me to hop on a flight and go to wherever the fuck they are. I'm that ignorant. But the likes of Lenon Honor or those people that are very critical on a daily basis and make their money, they probably won't be able to show you any fucking donation they made to any institution or anything, even of their time. And that's the problem. They, if they think that they're helping out the black community by keeping Umar Johnson at bay or hindering his process, then fuck, you need to stop at every church in every black neighborhood because they're doing just as bad.
Oh, do you remember the Bob Sapp, the Marvin Sapp story?
Oh, bro, let me tell you something.
Oh boy, man.
I've seen worse than Marvin Sapp.
No,
I've seen worse than that. Let me tell you something, man.
Lock the door.
There is a church in New Orleans called Franklin Avenue Baptist Church. It is a huge sanctuary. The pastor of that church name is Fred Luter. Now, let me give you a little backstory on New Orleans. New Orleans has a housing crisis and has had a housing crisis since Airbnb came around. You have Marriott and some of the other major conglomerates that are buying up property in the Marigny, Treme, Bywater, and then turning those into short-term rentals. So what's happening is you as a property owner will make out a lot better by just selling that property or putting it on Airbnb. And what they do is they push all the black people to Eastern New Orleans. Eastern New Orleans has the highest accumulation of black people in the entire state. Okay, Franklin Avenue Baptist Church was in Gentilly, a huge sanctuary. I think that sanctuary is roughly about maybe 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. All right, just the sanctuary itself. All right, they built a $36 million church in New Orleans East, in the middle of the fucking hood. I'm sorry, nobody needs Jesus that bad.
No, you can't arrest for hope. No, because people could just simply just walk out.
Right. Well, there was no locks on the doors. There was no lock. He just asked him to close the door. He asked him to lock the doors. He told him to close the doors.
If he put a lock on the doors, that's a safety hazard. So
yeah, he can go to jail for that. He can get a count for kidnapping for every last person in there. But needless to say, these preachers, man, have been fucking the black community. Man, one of the schools that Umar Johnson went to look at in Port Gibson, Mississippi. It was a boys' school. Dr. Annie Carroll Priest, God rest her souls. Oh fuck, my phone dying. Yeah.
Okay. I will be here. I won't be here, but we'll be here.
I mean, I agree with you, We-On-Loc. Like I said, but it's been, it's an agenda, and I'm starting to believe it's an agenda. At first, I didn't, take heed to it, but it could be what Umar said is an agenda to stop him from getting to school. Because, like I said, if people were to donate, and like I even told the haters, if why don't you just donate? If you donate and say this is for the school and school only, the school could be opened up a lot quicker. Because I knew a few years ago, back in 2019, when he first got to school, I knew it was going to be, it was going to be you had to trust the process. I said it's going to be $3 to $4 million to get the school up and running, and because it was an independent school with no city, state, or federal or nationwide funds. You know what I'm saying? Even LeBron and Jalen Rose got city, state, and federal funds. You know what I'm saying? And so I'd say independent school on a grassroots level, I knew it was going to be trust the process time, so.
He knew the risk. He knew the risk going in. So he didn't just wake up.
He knew that.
Yeah. He didn't just wake up one day and say, "Oh, I'm gonna get it with all these black people are going to support me." No, it was going to be some hard times. And there's going to be some good times too. But you got to take the good and the bad with everything. And you're going to have to take these haters and the Monty Wood Grains, the everybody. Right. So, it is what it is, kid. But you say that you're close. We go by your word, right? We go by your word. We say, and you do every now and then. You do show proof of it, and all we got to look at it is with a fine tooth comb. Is like he's actually doing what he's supposed to be doing.
And it's been a lot of progression, and like Q Nundrum said, most of them early black colleges and even the ones modern day, it still took them 6 to 8 years to open up. You know what I'm saying? From where they started, that's just the process. Because you start at a grassroots level. It's not like Umar is doing something around Beverly Hills, somewhere like that. You know what I'm saying? He's a controversial figure too. So I always said, it was going to be trust the process time. Yeah.
All I know is when you get Umar doing one of these when you're at Oakland University, right? And you get these people. Right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When you get the crowd going like that,
Right.
it's going to be some fucking jealousy.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
There's
No
going to be
doubt.
some fucking jealousy.
Yeah. We-On-Loc. You remember back in 2018, they got Umar in court at the Pennsylvania State Court. You know, he had to go to court because they were the same. You know, I mean, it wasn't just the conscious. It wasn't just people in the conscious community too. There was people all over because they figure if Umar's out of the way, I can get some shine. And they was
They got
all
some
for him.
shit
Oh,
off
he's going to
the
jail.
Breakfast Club interview.
Right.
The Breakfast Club interview.
Exactly. You should have seen some of them fools wanted him. You know, they wanted him to go down. You should have seen them. But the Pennsylvania court ruled in Umar's favor. You know what I'm saying? That's when I knew right then and there. I said, okay, hey, I'm sticking with him. You know, no matter what. That was back in 2018, because I knew, you know, he had haters, you know, out of their mind. I mean, he had haters, you know, from all over. You know, it's a few, but like I said, they're so intense. They making a light passion like anti-Afro, Lenon Honor, 8, 9, with anti-Afro 10 years. I'm like, for what? You know what I'm saying? Do you have business?
Oh, so it was anti-Afro that sanctioned that asked for that quarter. Oh, okay. Okay.
It was her, you know, too. You know, it was a bunch of I'm like, you know, so they thought they had him. Oh, the Pennsylvania court, they gonna convict him. He's gonna be no more. This, that, and the third. You should have seen him. It's at least about 20 or 25 content creators. They all was, you know, behind, you know, but they found out very quickly Umar is a lot smarter than they think he is. You know what I'm saying? And he got through that, you know, with a victory in the courts, and you know, hey, been rolling along ever since, you know. And I knew right then and there. And then, like I told you, what about that Snow Bunny situation, and she debunked that whole story, saying he was trying to flirt with me, and I gave him my number. He was asking me for my number. It's been so much, you know. He debunked it so much, so that's why I just told him all that stuff is rubbish, which is garbage. You know, I'm saying the English, you know, the London English version, you know, rubbish.
Yeah.
So it is rubbish. So. You know,
that time when she stopped talking about him not being a doctor, like, look, he's not a doctor. He's not a member of Frederick Douglass. He didn't say he didn't say he was a blood of Frederick Douglass. He said he was kin. Know the difference between the two. And I mean, even if that were in the curse, so what? So what? I respect the elders too. I wish I was a member of the Malcolm X family, what they call him, Malcolm Little. I wish I was a member of the Martin Luther King family. I really wish I would, because how often do Black people represent the people that came before them? Not very many. Because if I mentioned Dr. Khalil Muhammad, you wouldn't even know who that would be. Most of you wouldn't even know.
Yeah. Yep.
You wouldn't even know who not Frederick Douglass. Who am I thinking? Thurgood Marshall. You wouldn't even know who Thurgood Marshall was.
Right.
Yeah. But you only know about these times. You only know about the Barack Obamas, the AKA the Barry Sowetos of the world. You only know about the people who would serve you best. It's a damn shame that white folks know about history more than you do. Yeah. And you come up with all this horizontal bullshit about Umar. Umar is whooping your ass with facts.
Exactly.
He's always been
And that same night, Kamala Harris, you know, running for president, that sorority, or you know, the Nation of Black Leaders, or whatever, raised $30 million in one night. $30 million, over $30 million in one night. So,
and it was, and the money is gone. The money is gone. You know what if you can raise that much money over the course of a couple of days? Can you imagine how much work it could be put in your communities? Come on.
Exactly.
If you can do all of that, this is the criticism. This is the criticism that he has.
Right.
This is the criticism. And this is what he says about. This is the reason why he brings up the food, the pork, and it's like, is all that necessary?
Exactly.
Is all that fucking necessary? Obviously, it's not important. It's Yvette Cornell. Oh, bless her heart, but she need to take several seats. I mean, you were vouching for a man who sold Comcast. Sold Comcast to get his little ducats. You no mention of him anymore, huh? Now you want to vote down. You want to vote down on your ballot, huh? Oh, this is some more important things than what Dr. Umar doesn't know what he's talking about. Debate him.
Right.
Debate it.
Exactly.
You would lose. I guarantee you will lose. I guarantee you will fucking lose.
Because I told that guy from Morris Science Temple, you know, he was talking some stuff. I was the only one to defend the Uber.
I already know who you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
I already know who you're talking about. You know, you're talking about the one that got smacked up, right?
Right, Bay, Mr. Bay. Yeah.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Yeah, exactly.
You come from Sinetta. You come from Sinetta's camp. Stop talking.
Exactly.
You know, it's funny that you know, when you talk about organizations, you know, I'm an Omega, and you know, I find it kind of disappointing that we can't put these resources. We're putting the resources together to make the organization stronger, but we're not putting these things. We're not putting our resources together to make the community stronger. Let me see. I think I did a count. It was there are a little over 1.9 million members collectively between the Divine Nine. Imagine how much money could be raised if they asked their membership, put up $600 and we'll put it towards something tangible for the Black community.
Exactly.
You know how much money that would be?
Exactly. You know, Q and We-On-Loc and Q, you know, especially in my neighborhoods, and I'm sure in y'all neighborhoods too, these foreigners are getting rich off Black people's money.
Of course.
You know, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I'll put it like this. In your neighborhood where you grew up at, I'm sure there's a corner store that's probably owned by either some Arabs or some Asians.
Exactly.
And they'll get in that Black neighborhood, they'll make all their money, send their kids to private school, and won't donate a bottle of fucking water to the local park for intramural. But if your son goes off and becomes a very successful and wealthy person, they want your son to give back to the neighborhood.
Exactly.
How asinine is that?
Yeah.
We're not doubting that that Black folks have to have a plan and some self-direction, but they also need to have some discipline. We don't have that type of discipline because the only thing that I ever observed, and quite frankly, this is starting to get on my nerves, is all the talks about how they're holding women accountable for, you know, killing of children and all this other horizontal stuff, and how women don't want to get married anymore, and it's just we're on that type of time now. So if we could just separate ourselves with the people who are needed and not wanted, we'll be better off. Because the people who are needed are going to want to hear like important people, like I would say a Maxine Waters or something. I'm just going to throw a name out there, or a Jasmine Crockett, not Cory Bookham. I don't know why Cory Bookham with it. I'm so disappointed in Cory. I am so.
Well, I understand Cory Booker's reason for doing that filibuster. All right.
Please tell me, because I need to know.
All right. So since Trump won, the biggest conversation, and Stephen A. Smith did several shows on this. The biggest conversation is that the Democratic Party is operating like a ship without a rudder. They have no direction. They have no leader. Barack Obama can't lead. Is not leading. Kamala Harris is taking a seat. So there's nobody that's taking a leadership. In my opinion, that was his way of getting on his soapbox and say, "Hey, look at me, I'm leading." So he's going to run for president. But that was his stand-up moment to show people that there is leadership within the Democratic Party. So that's my opinion. You know, opinions are like assholes. Everybody have one. But relative to the Umar, We-On-Loc, I think either you or D. Durrell, or maybe y'all could do it together. Y'all need to configure a list of all the shit over the last 10 years that Umar Johnson has been accused of doing, or they say he did, and those things have come to pass that it didn't happen that way. Such as I say, he spent the money, he stole the money, he doesn't own the building, he's stealing lights, he's stealing water. There's no running water. Somebody else owns the building. He's behind on taxes. He's in arrears on his child support. All these things are it's a laundry list of things. But the reality is,
he spends money on dashikis and females.
And what else? He never attended college. He doesn't have a doctorate. He doesn't
have 6 degrees. He snorts
all of those things. Yeah. All of those things that have been proven
like snow bunnies.
False. Yeah. All of those things that have been proven to be false. No one has came out and said, you know, well, we was wrong about that. They just moved the fucking goalpost, and their followers get in line with moving the goalpost. Like I said earlier, you know, it was much conversation about him not being a doctor. They actually went and found yearbook pictures. They say the yearbook pictures was fake. They found the program, and they said anybody could have made the program. They called the clearinghouse in where, you know, people with degrees are normally the information is reported. They called all that. They confirmed he went to Millersville, but it's just a whole bunch of shit. But no one points out the fact that he literally got on a stand. They were trying to find any and everything that he was doing that was wrong, but no one said that he committed perjury by saying he had a doctorate in clinical psychology.
He's not a clinical psychologist, according
to
Lenon.
But he said that on a stand, and the state of Philadelphia didn't bring him up on charges for perjury.
Exactly.
This was information that they had already confirmed. Now, somebody also needs to explain to me, Roland Martin, who normally has an answer for it, he's a very well-researched journalist. You mean to tell me that Roland Martin couldn't find the shit? He decided to bring people on his panel to ask questions. He threw a rock and hit his hand.
I got one better. Remember when he was on Fox Soul? That's affiliated with Fox News. Don't you think they due diligence and research and everything about Dr. Umar Johnson?
Well, you know what? I Fox Soul's Fox News period is a whole bunch of trick bags. But then again, I don't trust CNN either. So.
Well, me myself, We-On-Loc, I do not accept my news from sources that give me their opinion as well.
Ooh, say that one more time for the crowd.
If you give me your opinion, I don't want to get news from you.
Like and Sean Hannity, which are the
I don't want give me my news on 4, 6, and 8. Give me the who, the what, the where, and I'll determine the why.
All right. All right.
Oh yeah. The march because of the Elon Musk.
I would stay out of that shit. And anybody that is looking to be a part of that, let me be the first to tell you, if you're listening on the chat, you're a fucking idiot if you take part in that.
Don't attend. You don't
And
want
the reason is because all the issues that we've had in the black community have came because we tried to champion somebody else's fight.
correct.
So
Correct.
if you're going to fight them with that fuckery, fuck you and fuck them too. And I feel that with love.
They're gonna treat it like a Trump rally. I'm telling you, they're gonna treat it like a fucking protest.
Fighting for DEI, and we're fifth in line when it comes to the recipients of DEI.
DEI benefited white women, didn't it?
White women.
Yeah,
that's what I said. White women.
And I hate when people take talking points and don't read. You kept hearing about Trump is bringing back segregation. Segregation is a very triggering word, right? And no one read the FAR Act, nor did they read the segregation clause where it said that they're banning segregation in federal facilities. Man, leave that shit alone. That shit ain't got nothing to do with you.
Nope. No. Half of the stuff that's being put out there ain't got nothing to do with you. Hell, your constitutions don't even belong to you.
Nope. And stop equating other people's problems. Yes. And I got into it with actually someone who I went to college with, and he was talking about Native Americans, and we got to fight back with this country, and what they did to us and what they did to the Native Americans. I said, what fucking planet you own? Native Americans own your black ass too. People don't realize the 5 civilized tribes, man. Part of them being civilized is understanding banking, understanding contracts, understanding property, and understanding ownership of stock, of cattle, and humans. Them Negroes got the goddamn the way that black people got to Oklahoma is not the way you think they got to Oklahoma. The Trail of Tears is them Indians were forced there by the American government, and they took their slaves with them.
Correct.
Dumbass motherfuckers.
Correct. The Indians, you mean those same Indians that were given instructions, if you were to snatch up the rest of these running little Negroes called Africans, we'll give you a piece of land that you already had allegedly owned. Oh, okay, man, cool.
I can't. But the person that I can't tolerate is a willful, ignorant idiot.
Smash it. The willful. Who's a bigger? I'm thinking, who's a more bigger idiot? Who's a more bigger idiot? Dan Calloway. Yes, he's an idiot. Who's a more bigger idiot?
So why do we focus on teaching those skills to our people? Which skills, Bridget?
Which ones? Wait, which ones?
Why do we focus on teaching? Yeah. Why do we focus on teaching those skills to our people? Which skills in particular?
Yeah. What skills are you? What skills are you talking about, Brad? Yes, you.
Yeah, Al Sharpton. I wouldn't follow Al Sharpton into a body of water if he owned a fucking yacht.
Damn. Damn. I wouldn't. Would you follow him to a pot of gold or to a pit of snakes?
No, hell no, indeed. You got to realize that, man. I can't fuck with Al Sharpton. I can't.
I can't fuck with none of them trick bags. Not even Jesse Jackson. Jesse Messy. Messy Jesse. No, I can't fuck with it. I can't even fuck with Martin Luther King Sr. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
What did Mike do?
What did Mike do? Sold out the Trump.
Martin Luther King Sr.?
Is it? I'm sorry. It's the third. My bad. Martin Luther King the third.
Michael the third.
Smash it.
Good evening. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, so I just popped up to answer the question. What should we be teaching our kids? What should we be learning? The 9 sciences of survival. That's the answer. Body sciences, including Black man, Black woman science, agricultural science, nutritional science, spiritual science, astrological science, comedic science, economical science, historical science, and military sciences. Van Sachem, that's what we should be teaching. So when I hear a scholar say, what should we be teaching our kids? That's what we should be teaching our kids. Smash it. I'm out.
I appreciate your input.
Smash it, Trish. So go to the shish, Trish. represent, shish, Trish. Smash it. All right.
Okay, no. Okay, so I get what she's saying. She said all the ones you just named, banking, stocks, farm and ranch, and whatever you just. So no, what I was saying was, during the civil, while they were trying to convert the 5 civilized tribes into being civil at that time. What was a part of being civil, of understanding civilization, is understanding banking, property, commerce, and cattle, and owning cattle, and humans. I mean, Black people were considered stock of cattle at the time. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what they were teaching the 5 civilized tribes.
I will say this. Yes, everything is a distraction because it's chess more than checkers. People have to pay attention because when they throw this world of destructive things here in the United States of America, no, it is not one singular person doing it. It's pretty much everybody who was involved that got their commands from a secret society. And that secret society is one of the primary reasons, and most of us know who often pay attention, is like if there is no chaos, there's what? There's no money involved. It's just like the homeless situation. Why doesn't anybody give a shit about the homeless situation? There's no money involved. There's no money involved. Anything politic going on, anything that can make me send my troops to a place that we have no business going. No business we have no business in that part of the world in the first place.
Let me talk real quick. And I just talked to somebody about this today. You know that China owns much of the land in Africa and as well as the United States, right?
Don't forget Jamaica.
Right, but now watch this, and you could look this up. Now they own land in Africa, but Africa doesn't own any land in China.
Because they won't allow it. Number one, and number two, I admit we got some very, very soft generals in Africa, but I have not. You know what? My criticism will stay where it is because I need to learn about our generals that I've seen in the past couple of months. I myself have to hold myself accountable to know who these generals are, and what their task is, because weren't we supposed to be taking back some of these farmlands back in Africa?
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be? Okay.
And
So
the crazy part about it is, if we're in the position, or Africa's in the position, to give them back the money that they spent on their property.
just give it back to them, huh?
Give back to them.
It just works like that. Give money back that's useless.
I mean, how fair would it be for you to be able to drive my car and floor that motherfucker and tear it up and drive it fast as you want to? When I go to drive your car, you say, "Oh no, only I get to drive my car."
Oh,
that would be fucked up, wouldn't it?
Of course, they got the resources to do it. It's just they don't want to get into a war. But then again, you're gonna have to get into a war. I mean, you're like what? I'm just gonna throw out a number, like 9 nations in, probably even more. You can take back your homeland easy. Because if Africa goes, then America's in trouble.
Yeah.
America is in trouble. Because now, guess what? Let's just say you have a certain percentage of Europeans taking over North Africa. The Sand people are taking over North Africa. Now, just imagine a certain percentage taking over South Africa. If all that land gets taken by the Chinese and Japanese and whoever else wants to come along to take over that land and like just build infrastructure on it, no thanks to Obama, then what happens to America? You have no allies. You have nobody that is going to support you. You're going to might as well just go back into slavery. Then what you gonna do? You can't report anybody when it's just like when all that reparations talk went on. I said, "Who's your representative?" Your representative is from Britain. You have no other You have no representative here. Your representative is your colonizer, Britain. Give me a break. And you want to get mad? And you want to get mad at Umar for what? For what? Smacking you with the truth? He even said it. He even said it himself in one of his lectures. It's like, don't believe everything that I tell you. Look it up yourself. This is the reason why they have bookstores in the first place. But you don't want to take yourself to the book. You don't want to even take your kids to the books, to the libraries, because that's too much like right. And most of your Black history stuff have all but disappeared. I have to do a deep dive online to find certain books, certain Black history books. Of course, I'm going to run into the Dick Gregory books. I'm going to run into the Sister Soldier books, right? I'm going to run into all of those. But whatever happened to it, I've never seen not one Nat Turner book yet. You know why I haven't seen a Nat Turner book yet? A real Nat Turner book? Who can tell me about his history? Who has survived that particular war can tell me about Nat Turner's real history? You had one, but you said that Nate Parker was a no good human being, right? You said Nate Parker didn't do the movie any justice. He would have been the perfect person, even though he had a white wife. He could have been the perfect person to write a perfect novel on the history, the true history. He already did a movie on it. He could have been the perfect person to make a novel on the Nat Turner resurrection. But since Hollywood don't want to put out a real Harriet Tubman movie, which that Harriet Tubman movie I didn't watch. I didn't watch for lessons. I mean, it's Hollywood. It's Hollywood.
So let me ask you a question. Nat Turner is noted for the largest slave for the largest slave revolt in the country, correct?
Yes.
But you know it's not the largest slave revolt in the country.
I know what you're gonna say because it was a person.
What I'm gonna say?
It was a person before Nat Turner. I remember you telling me that.
Did he freeze up?
You didn't hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. What'd you say?
You told me once before it was a person before Nat Turner.
Oh yeah, his name was Charles Deslong.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the most brutal. This is the most brutal of slave revolts since the Haitian Revolution.
Yes.
And it happened in New Orleans. It's actually called the German Coast Uprising, and they operated by the blue vein rule, which is if they can see the blue vein in your arm, you got to go.
Ooh.
Off with your fucking head. Didn't care how old you were. You could be a baby. He decapitated everybody.
Mm.
They don't want to know about that because it's kind of brutal. But if you Google the largest slave revolt in the history of the country, that will come up. But they don't talk about that. They just want to talk about Nat Turner. Why? I have no idea.
No, because you're right. Because Nat Turner, they just talk about the preacher side of him.
Mm-hmm.
They just talk about how he used to keep the slaves under control on Sundays because he picked up a book and he actually read the scriptures. And it's just like they were preacher's kid. I remember there was a person that came up to me when I wore my Nat Turner sweater. And some black guy came up to me while I was getting my car fixed. He said, that guy was a great scholar and a great teacher of the Bible. I didn't like all that other stuff that he did.
Flat Earth said that I'm convinced that Lenon Honor wishes he were Umar. I disagree. I think that Lenon Honor wants Umar.
Yeah, and not in ways that they're not in a nice way either.
Yeah, he wants Umar.
Pause.
Pause. No comment.
No comment, sir. That I guess you doing that many videos.
I'm telling you, I think he wants Umar. I don't think he wishes you were Umar.
I know one thing. It's a weird obsession. It's a weird obsession.
Yeah. You like I said, when you're that obsessed to looking at a video.
If Umar got some boxer drawers shipped to him from a unnamed place, I'm convinced that shit came from Lenon Honor. I'm from New Orleans. I know how to spot him.
Like I said, you know something wrong when you have to pause the video to look at the man behind. I'm sorry. I was like, Umar need to pull his pants up. Why are you looking at the man? Why are you looking at the man like that?
But you know what? I think that if Umar went as far as getting a patent on his name, copyrighting his name, and patenting his name, image, and likeness, they would not be able to do any videos on it without being sued because they're actually making money off of it.
why can't he just? I mean, if he's that obsessed, then how come he can't buy them Japanese dolls and put plaster his face on them and have the mouth cut out?
There's a problem, when I said fatal attraction, I was saying it jokingly, but I think got a little truth to it. Because, at the beginning of some of his videos, he wears Umar's dashiki with his glasses and Rummy yeah.
Had the Prince of Pan Africans poster with the mouth cut out.
Yeah. This dude, I mean, it's a sick, weird obsession. It's sick.
It is
but
sick.
I don't know myself as a man. If I could make an appearance that I'm that involved in the action or the movements of another man, it just reeks, homosexuality. It does.
Hey, look, he started it. He literally started it. He did it in more than one occasion. And I often and people make excuses for it.
Craig, is not
and his goddamn chat talking about all that cookie coon crush chat shit. And he does this every single freaking day. All right. He does this every single day. Doesn't even have to take breaks. And you said it yourself. I wonder how in the world you have 5 kids. 5. Do you have time to do all that studying? You obsessive bitch. How do you have time to, again, do you need another walk in the park? Lennon, do you need another walk in the park?
And Craig, it's not that Umar loves the attention. Umar would never be proactive with bringing somebody to court. He'll respond to people in court, but he's not going to be proactive with bringing anybody to court. I mean, quite a few people that's like that.
Look, I can't keep it. I got too much responsibility in my life. I got 2 kids of my own. Because once I get more, I gotta go to sleep.
Tyler Perry's a fucking joke. Let me tell you about my story with Tyler Perry. Of course, we're from the same neighborhood.
Yes.
And there's a guy by the name of Lucky Johnson. Lucky Johnson is my very good friend. If it wasn't so late, I can call him on the phone right now. Lucky Johnson and Tyler Perry are first cousins. The Medea character, the actual Medea character, that's Lucky's mother.
Oh,
that's like the next band.
Oh,
and I can tell you.
Oh, so
if you Google Lucky Johnson, just a second. If you Google Lucky Johnson, his image will come up, and he's Lucky and I have grew up together, and I've seen as we were growing up, I've seen Tyler in passing.
He looked just like him almost.
What'd you say?
I said he looks just like him almost.
Yeah. Oh, you brought him up?
Yeah, I brought. Yeah.
Yeah. Lucky actually just moved to Atlanta. That's my friend. But I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with his cousin at all.
Oh damn. So you're saying that he's the first one that put on the wig and the dress and everything, or
No, who's that?
He got it. He basically got his. Are you saying that he basically got his Tyler Perry got his ideas from his cousin?
No. That Tyler Perry is mimicking who was the matriarch of the family, which was Lucky's mother. That character is Lucky's mother.
Okay.
So if ever hear any interviews about Tyler Perry in the character Medea, he said that he'll tell you that's his aunt.
Oh, good Lord. Well, he brought back, well, Tyler Perry keeps bringing back the old slavery genre. Bringing back.
But you know something? We're too caught up on individualism. I saw somebody mention something about I saw someone mention something about Cat Williams opening up a studio. Let's see, Cat Williams opened up a studio. Anthony Mackie, who's a fucking asshole, he's opened up a studio in New Orleans.
Anthony Mackie's an asshole?
Oh, bruh. He's a fucking bruh. And I tell you, we frequent the same cigar. We used to frequent the same cigar bar in New Orleans. The owner doesn't want him back. She's literally told him don't come back. So this is what he does. He said the name of the bar is called Cuban Creation. You Google it. You look at how the outdoor setup is. He sits in the doorway and wait for people to recognize him so they can come up and meet him. And he takes a shit on everybody. I mean, he's a fucking idiot, bro. He's an arrogant ass.
Damn.
Dude, you know.
This is not an assumption. I'm sure you can find a lot about him online with the same mentality.
Okay. Well, Will Smith, I guess. I don't know.
Will Smith is very approachable. I've never met Will Smith, but I haven't heard anything about Will Smith being an asshole with people. But Anthony Mackie, that is his persona. Now his brother, on the other hand, Dr. Calvin Mackie, totally different person.
Oh wow. Well, I mean, don't you have to be like that way for a reason? Because you're in Hollywood, I guess.
Man, but when you have children, man, that you take a shit on, man, this dude ignores fucking children.
That's funny. He just spoke about his children the other day on the podcast.
His children. His children. I mean, you talk about other people's children.
No. He said, my 15-year-old son, he has to be the man of the house, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Masculinity.
He's talking about his children being a father. But if he plays a superhero and if a child approaches him on the street to get an autograph, he would not give that autograph.
Damn.
Let me see about it.
But I've met celebrities. I've met even Charles Oakley. My uncle was telling me some stories about Charles Oakley and how reckless he was. But I shook the man's hand. I had a friend of mine take a picture with Twister and Future.
Hey, I got a quick homework assignment for you real quick. Google Anthony Mackie is an asshole.
Okay.
Anthony Mackie's what?
An ass.
Google Anthony Mackie is an asshole.
Q, I think you got some stories.
Not Captain Africa.
Oh man, Q.
Google Anthony Mackie is an asshole and read some of the excerpts about his behavior and his demeanor.
Okay, I'll do that because I thought he was the one, the good one.
No, dude.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I'm sure. Hey, Q. I'm sure you got stuff on, Cash Money and No Limit, don't you?
Somewhat. I know Cortez. Well, Cortez is my fraternity brother now, but he's actually he's actually a professor at Jackson. Now, Cortez is the founder of Young Money.
Okay.
But I know Baby. I don't know too much about his brother, the quiet Slim.
Slim.
But yeah. I'm connected to Master P's project manager, a guy by the name of Juggy.
Okay.
But I don't have any qualms with them. But
okay.
Anthony Mackie's a fucking asshole. I mean, like I said, I think we frequented that same bar for maybe about a year before Ash just asked not to come back anymore. Because, like I said, he purposely sit where people could. If you don't want to be seen, if you just want to enjoy yourself, then
Go
you're
to
gonna
a
hide
private
yourself
area.
from the club, for people that won't come near you. But he sits literally at the front entrance so that people can recognize him, and he will fucking ignore you.
That's why we have what's called the high limit. Go to the high limit and then chill out there. It's pretty much like a private area, and the only person that can be there would like be other celebrities, just like Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce.
He doesn't want to go anywhere where he's protected from the crowd. I'm telling you.
Don't come to Vegas then. You will get mobbed. Do not come to Vegas. I don't care where you. Now Bootsy, he's an ass.
Who?
But he's an Bootsy.
Boosie? Yeah. But
I've met Bootsy.
I've met him a few times too. Boosie, the smartest thing Boosie ever did was move out of Louisiana.
Yeah. I agree.
Smartest thing he ever did.
Oh, this is a wild story.
What's that? Oh, you Googled that?
Yeah, I Googled Anthony Mackie's. He's
okay. Let me do it on my computer. Hold on.
All right. Anthony Mackie has been in the headlines lately, but not for the replay. Allegations that he was Captain America is facing heavyweight criticism as more people come forward with the story of his alleged rudeness, both towards fans and social settings.
Okay, you read it.
Now,
okay,
you know who he's friends with? He's friends with Jonathan Major, right? And when Jonathan Major had the problem with the girl that he's supposed to beat up, somebody did a what do you call it when what do you call it when they a reenactment? Someone did a reenactment of the situation, what happened from start to finish, and a part of that reenactment, he sat down to a table to have lunch with Anthony Mackie, and someone was acting as Anthony Mackie, and Anthony Mackie in that reenactment was rude to a fucking waitress, and he did it based on his true persona.
Jesus. I'd say, listen, I get it that you might be that way, but I mean, of course, when you're in the public eye and people see you for what you are, and that's somebody's puppet, and especially when you're in a movie you're caught in a movie kissing a man, it says something about you, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I look everybody with the side eye. I mean, that's the reason why I like Corey so much, because he didn't sell himself. He didn't sell himself out to be a cheap whore. That's mostly what they do. But how about, well, have you met Chadwick Boseman?
No, never have.
Damn. God dang it. I would assume he was a good brother. I would assume that he wasn't the type of person that would turn a autograph down. I would assume that.
My
But
my
so
understanding was that he was very approachable. Chad would I've heard stories of him just walking around Howard campus right after Black Panther movie was made. He and Felicia Rashad used to eat, have lunch all the time. Felicia Rashad at the time was a professor. I think she was over the drama department at Howard. But yeah.
holy shit. So he was an asshole.
You talking
Damn.
about Anthony Mackie?
Huh?
Yeah. Bruh, if you
He
just
was an
Google
asshole.
Anthony Mackie, huh?
Yeah, I'm just reading it. I'm just reading it.
Yeah, if you just Google Anthony Mackie, the only thing you'll read about him that's not in a negative tone is his the criticism on the film that he plays in, which is very good. He's a good actor, but when it comes to people meeting him, bruh, it's a totally different fucking story. So it got to a
Damn, a
point.
nightclub.
What is that?
I'm just reading he was in a nightclub, and according to this lady, Anthony, who is 46 years of age, single, was acting inappropriately, attempting to link up with a woman despite her clerk lack of interest.
I bet you she was a white girl.
Okay.
I gotta charge my phone. I gotta charge my phone.
But I tell you this,
You know
man.
what?
Let me see.
That's crazy.
But his brother, Dr. Calvin Mackey, bro, is gold. When I tell you, he's golden, bro. He's a very, very good dude. And it's hard to believe that these two motherfuckers are related.
I mean, of course, the brother's always going to be the younger brother who's not in the public eye is always going to be solid. But I'm still stuck on your Captain America. Excuse me, Captain Asshole. Captain Asshole.
You said Captain America. I say Captain Asshole. We don't like that. I gotta get out of here. I've been in my office, in my secretary, I was smoking cigars. I gotta spray some shit in here and open up these windows. I don't want to be around when you get here in the morning. So
yeah,
hey, bro,
for coming up, bro.
It's been fun. It's been fun. So I'll chat with you later.
All right, man.
Peace.
Thank you. Captain Asshole. Oh, this was fucking fun. Thanks for telling me. No, it's this what I don't remember. A nightclub encounter gone wrong. One of the most talked about incidents come from a 21-year-old woman who claims she had run-ins with the actor at a nightclub in New Orleans. According to her, Anthony Mackie, who's 46 years of age, single, was acting inappropriate, according to link up with her despite her clear lack of interest. She also described his attitude towards fans as dismissive and outright rude. When she's probably a white woman, when she confronted him about why he seemed to be such an issue with his supporters, Anthony reported responding, "Oxygen is previous. Why would he waste it talking to an explemented, whatever. The cuss words, whatever. Why would I risk talking to my fans? That's crazy." Mackie's alleged rudeness isn't a new Accusation. Over the years, multiple stories have surfaced about the actor being um, standoffish, dismissive, and even considering in con condone condescending a fan's interactions. Social media has now buzzing. Social media is now buzzing with similar. I don't even know what the fuck that word is. With more people sharing their experiences and encounters, countering Mackie and being met with anything but kindness. Um, this controversy is also fueling a broader conversation about black male actors in a Marvel comedic universe with the struggle. I don't even Terrence Howard. Blah 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 blah. Don't even need to read that. So he's an asshole. Okay, so okay, cool. But I bet you it's a white girl. I bet you. I bet you it's a white girl. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't think we don't want to win as a group with all these billionaires and millionaires. Why or we don't have any major institutions like Fox, CNN, and manufacturing and researching factories. Now I could have told you that, but the only way we can get those is if we organize. You have to be organized. Yes, he was a jerk, but I've known jerks. I've known jerk Mayweather. He's a jerk. He is a jerk. Nowadays, is he a jerk? I don't know. But when I first met him, he was when I first met him, I did shake his hand. I mean, he that's just him. He's around his entourage all the time. Now his father is pure gold. You can come up to him and say, "Hey, how you doing, Mr. Senior?" You go and shake his hand. Just minding his own affair. But this was cool. This was cool, and there's gonna be more obsessed shit that Lenon Honor is going to. There's more videos. Let's say that more videos that Lenon Honor is going to do. I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be surprised. I'm just waiting for the day that he says something about Jamal, so I can just go ahead and flag his channel. But as far as Lenon Honor doing videos on Umar, that's up to Umar. Umar's going to have to one day step up and say enough is enough, because this shit here has been, you've been riding my coattails long enough, and it's time for me to get paid. All that money you've been collecting, it's time for me to collect, because you're making money off of my name. That's all that is to it. All that. Way more videos. Yeah, of course, way more videos. But I just want to say, Bridge, I thank you for support. Thank you for the support, Bridget. Thank you for the support, my love. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Flat Earth. Thanks, everybody who has been in attendance. Q, Seth, thank you for coming up and supporting the brother. Thank you, D. Durrell. D. Durrell has done an awesome job. Also, job with that interview with Jamal Johnson. Even though Umar and Jamal do not get along, I hope and pray that him, Jamal, and Anessa get together and bury this negative content. Just bury it. Just bury it. All right, I gotta get the hell out of here. I know I've been keeping y'all up. Y'all